Depending on your location, good afternoon or good morning, and welcome to our meeting today on the state of real-world evidence policy. This is a public convening by the Duke-Margolis Center for Health Policy, supported through the generosity of the Margolis Family Foundation, which provides core resources for our center, as well as a combination of financial and in-kind contributions from the Real World Evidence Collaborative members. I'm Mark McClellan. I'm the director of the Duke-Margolis Center for Health Policy at Duke University. I'm also an independent director on the boards of Johnson & Johnson, Cigna Alignment Healthcare, and Prognomic. And I'm also an advisor for Arsenal Capital, Blackstone Life Sciences, and MITRE. Today's meeting is focusing on a lot of issues that are getting a growing amount of attention, so very timely. What we call real-world data has been around for years. It's been augmented by progress in terms of data availability, electronic systems and better understanding of them, methods, and importantly, bipartisan legislation like the 21st Century Cures Act, all of which have helped accelerate efforts to use real-world data to generate meaningful real-world evidence and inform regulatory decision-making. Our programs here at the Duke-Margolis Center have been firmly involved with the community of stakeholders to help support efforts aimed at refining the key data and methodologic concepts for real-world evidence use in regulatory decision-making. I think many of you are familiar with some of the reports, white papers, events, other activities on topics such as data quality and fitness for use, credibility of observational study design methods, mechanisms of integrating randomization and other tools to avoid bias into real-world evidence programs. And in addition to all of this progress, we've seen, as a result of the pandemic, increased awareness and timely adoption of methods and tools to utilize real-world evidence to help improve our understanding of COVID-19, its consequences, its dynamic nature, and the impacts on diagnostics, treatments, vaccines, and other public health responses. In all of this context, through the work of FDA and many others, the field has advanced significantly. And so we've got a lot to talk about today to highlight the progress that's been made and how we can build on it. There's still important questions about how best to integrate expanding real-world evidence as part of the totality of evidence available on medical products and to support clinical decision-making. From panelists throughout the day, we'll hear about the progress being made, the challenges, and especially the opportunities ahead and how to take advantage of them. With that in mind, the goal of this convening is to provide stakeholders a venue for reviewing progress to date on strategic real-world data and real-world evidence policy development activities, and on promising future applications of these data and evidence and what it's going to take to get there. Before we dive in, I think on the next slide, I want to remind people of the Duke-Margolis Academic Independence Statement. Our academic statement of independence means that neither Duke nor the Margolis Center takes partisan positions. Of course, individual members and all of us here are free to speak our minds as what we want and express opinions regarding important issues. On to the next slide, just an overview of real-world data and real-world evidence. I think most people here are familiar with these core definitions, but we just wanted to remind that real-world data is data relating to patient health status or the delivery of healthcare that's routinely collected from an increasing variety of sources, including electronic health records, payer claims data, patient-generated information, and more. Real-world evidence is evidence derived from real-world data that can inform the assessments of benefits and risks and effective and appropriate use of a medical product. I won't spend too long on this next slide, but for the discussions to come, we talk a lot about stakeholders. It's important to recognize that real-world evidence for medical products has value for a wide range of stakeholders, including product developers, regulators, payers, healthcare providers, clinicians, and of course, patients as well. And we're going to try to bring all of those perspectives into the discussions today. On the next slide, at Duke-Margolis, as I mentioned earlier, real-world data and real-world evidence has been a major focus of our efforts through two complementary work streams. In one of these work streams, we've partnered closely with the FDA on a variety of convenings to advance agency priorities for real-world evidence, including a webinar earlier this week convened by the Duke-Margolis Center with FDA that focused on lessons learned from the RCT duplicate demonstration. That discussion reviewed a number of replication studies that have been supported by the FDA, conducted by independent researchers to emulate randomized controlled trials using clinical practice data, real-world data, and rigorous methods, appropriate methods to compare treatment effect estimates and reach some conclusions about when and how real-world methods can best complement randomized clinical trials. A lot of progress there, some of which we'll touch on again today. Our other work stream is the focus for today. That's what brings us together. Our real-world evidence collaborative. This is a multi-stakeholder effort to guide high-priority activities aimed at advancing the development and use of real-world evidence for regulatory decision-making. So here's our agenda for today on the next slide. In a moment, I'll be introducing our keynote speaker, Jacqueline Corrigan-Karai, who is the Principal Deputy Center Director in FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. Also today, in our first session, we'll be discussing advancing regulatory acceptability of real-world evidence. We'll have a presentation on FDA's set of recent guidance documents on this broad topic, and we'll discuss areas of opportunity now and areas where stakeholders in our collaborative see opportunities going forward to work together for additional clarity and progress on regulatory acceptability. Then in session 2, we're going to focus on reimagining evidence generation in further ways, particularly around opportunities for developing shared evidence and point of care clinical trials. Here, the discussion will focus on recent work by the Real World Evidence Collaborative and explore how real-world data can help improve our ability to generate evidence on medical products, including in a randomization context. And in session 3, we'll discuss some important areas for broader use of real-world evidence. We'll start with an overview of current legislative activity in this space. Then our first set of panelists will address data considerations, including data infrastructure, data quality, and privacy. Our next set of panelists will describe a range of real-world evidence use cases that represent promising areas for important new evidence, and that importantly can also help pave the way, can help inform the further development of real-world evidence as we move from guidance documents and principles and directions into much more actual implementation in reality. A few reminders before we get started. Each of the session's panel discussions is going to include opportunities for questions from the audience and comments from the audience. We hope that you will actively participate in that at any time. You can use the Q&A function at the bottom of the Zoom screen to submit a question or comment. We're also on Twitter as this meeting moves forward. We encourage you to tag us in tweets about the meeting under the handle @Duke-Margolis. And as a reminder, after this meeting, you can view, well, for right now, you can view the meeting materials on our website. And then after the meeting, the video and slides are going to be posted there as well. So right now, again, I'm very pleased to welcome Jacqueline Corrigan-Karai to give our opening keynote remarks here today. Jacqueline?
Thank you, Mark, and thank you to Duke for organizing this meeting and inviting me to share some thoughts, and good morning to everyone who's joined us remotely. It looks like we have a number of folks, and I'm really looking forward to hearing some of the discussion this afternoon. So next slide, please. These are my views, not those necessarily of the FDA, and I have no conflicts. Next slide. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, just to say that, of course, it was 21st Century Cures and also our PDUFA 6 commitments that really launched a more deliberative effort to explore RWE. And we delivered on our first sort of deliverable with the framework in 2018, and they're happy to have issued a number of guidances in September through December. And I think that'll be the focus of some of the discussions. And so we're excited to hear feedback on those. Next slide. Mark already highlighted the definition, so I won't go through that. I just sort of point out again, when we're talking about real world evidence, we're talking about a spectrum of designs and not just sort of non-interventional observational studies, but randomized trials. And I know that that'll be a discussion today. Next slide. So Dr. John Concato and I wrote a recent perspective sort of summarizing where we are now, more than 5 years after 21st Century Cures. We did note that, we continue to see, even though these definitions are very, I think, clear, that RWD and RWE are sometimes used inconsistently and interchangeably, and that lack of precision can sometimes hinder our efforts to really understand the impact of such data and evidence and our attempts to track their use. So we think we need to continue to work on making sure some misconceptions are corrected and then continue our work with stakeholders to advance RWE through guidance, demonstration projects, and ultimately identification of applications where RWE is fit for use. Next slide. And I think, Mark, you mentioned, RWD and RWE are not new concepts. Data has been around. What we're seeing is a change in the types of data and electronic access to hopefully more detailed clinical data so that the data become more relevant and reliable. And second misconception, well, first, there's often a misconception that RWE and RCTs are inconsistent, but even more so that there's just a simple dichotomy between randomized trials and observation. In reality, we know clinical trials are defined by assignment of treatment according to investigational protocol. And we have not only RCTs, but we have single arm trials that will face challenges similar to those in non-interventional observational studies in determining whether the differences in clinical outcomes compared to an external group represent actual treatment group effects. So next slide. So what we really need to be very precise about is, rather than just a description of RWD or RWE in the study, but tell us where we are along this spectrum. Are we really at the end where we're just using this to increase efficiency, or are we moving into RCTs and integrating these data, or more into the externally controlled where we're starting to face some of the issues that we will when we are looking at just non-randomized, non-interventional studies and trying to get to causal inference. And I think there's many reasons, we want to focus on real world evidence. Some are looking for increased efficiency as these data on health outcomes are being captured, and to not use it is really an opportunity, a lost opportunity to learn. And we also know that those that enroll in more traditional clinical trials may be a selected population and perhaps not as diverse, and hence RWE is one way of improving generalizability. And of course, for us, those are all important, but it's also critical that we answer the regulatory question. And I think there may be some questions we'll be able to answer with non-interventional designs with thousands of health records when the data provides us sufficient detail and relevance. But when randomization is needed, I think the other thing we are really interested in these point of care models that will allow us to move closer to a learning healthcare system, improve diversity and generalizability. And I think, as Mark mentioned, we really saw the power of some of this in COVID. And so next slide, I think a real question, and I don't know if that will be part of the discussion today, is how do we enable those point of care trials, and what kind of research infrastructure do we need to provide reliable and persuasive results? What kind of randomization methods will be suitable and reliable at clinical sites? And is blinding going to be a barrier? Could we figure out how to adapt processes such as central dispensing to patients so we're able to do both point of care and blinding? How do we agree and align on simpler monitoring and focusing on endpoints that matter, and appropriate safety monitoring, recognizing that this is likely to happen and be more feasible in later stages of development? And finally, we need to think about, do we need to supplement data collection through use of digital tools? And next slide, please. And I think that was the other thing we wanted to mention when we were talking about the state of real world evidence. Technically, data generated by digital health technologies that are provided to a patient in a research study don't meet the strict definition of real world data. But such technologies, I think we don't want to be too adherent to just worrying about whether it meets or doesn't meet, because when the data they generate are verified and valid, they offer considerable opportunities for drug development. And I think what we see is DHTs and the use of DHTs is aligned with sort of philosophical reasons we want to have more real world evidence, really get out and understand in the community outside of health, maybe the healthcare setting, the implications of therapeutics. And so they can complement our data collection. And of course, we recently issued guidance in this area as well. It's not considered one of our real world evidence, but to sort of try and bring those concepts together. Next slide. As Mark mentioned, we just recently had a webinar, and thank you for Duke for hosting our RCT duplicate trial emulation webinar. This was one of the early demonstration projects we launched to really understand the methods for non-interventional studies and how using RCTs as a comparison. It's not a perfect design. We've heard criticism on both sides, but I think we've generated a lot of learnings, and I hope to, we hope to hear perhaps comments through the webinar on our findings. We are still working on projects that will enhance, hopefully, the reliability and relevance of the data that's being generated. So the One Source project by Laura Esserman, just really sort of pioneering work to transform the relationship between clinical care and research, not only through sort of technical aspects of linking EHR data and ECRFs, but more importantly, thinking about workflow that really makes that linkage work. And of course, the iCare data project is sort of somewhat similar approach, but unique and being funded by our Oncology Center of Excellence, making targeted changes to the way data are collected to advance research. Again, we are also looking at other tools, and so tools in terms of how to evaluate, especially for our non-interventional studies, confounded treatment effects, or the targeted learning framework for causal effect estimation. And I'd like to note that, these projects are not just research projects that are done in isolation. Importantly, FDA review staff and others are very engaged with this, and on the duplicate project and also in the targeted learning framework for causal effect, where we asked for a series of webinars. So these are our learning projects for us in terms of what are we learning about methods, data, design, but they're also learning for our review staff within FDA, which is incredibly important as we move forward. Next slide. And these were the grants that we funded about a little over a year ago. Some of them I referenced in the other slide. And of course, we look forward in the near future to be able to share learnings from these projects and have them inform how we're thinking about policies in this area. Next slide. So speaking of policies, these were the 4 guidances that came out at the end of 2021. First one on electronic health records and medical claims data. How do you assess that for regulatory decision-making? Another one on real-world data and assessing registries to support regulatory decision-making. Then one on data standards for submissions, and then considerations for use of real-world data and real-world evidence to support regulatory decision-making. Next slide. So as I said, the EHR claims data is for considerations of what's fit for use. Data from EHR for regulatory questions. I want to just emphasize that, the last time I looked at the docket, there were over 70 commenters, so individual comments, which means hundreds of comments, and we're really grateful to have all that feedback. I've not had time to read them, but we will. And we'll taking all those comments as we move forward on a final. I know the question as you read some of this is, where's the right balance in our focus of quality data, which we need because we want to keep our regulatory standards at the same, and understanding differences between real world data and trial data. The registry data, of course, was particularly important. I mean, we do see not only an interest in registries, but we do see some of the power of registries in which they have pre-specified data capture, so we really are able sort of to get a line on some of the key data elements that we need when we make our decisions. I'd also note with this guidance, we were very proactive when we wrote this guidance to meet with our colleagues and our international colleagues, including EMA, who are also writing a guidance in this area, so we could try and make sure we're aligning, because obviously studies are not going to be just US studies. Next slide. The other two guidances are more in the regulatory side, the recommendations on data standards for complying when submitting study data. Again, we've seen lots of comments about what about FHIR and OMOP and other data standards, and we'll look at all your comments as we move forward into drafting finals. And then regulatory considerations, an important guidance, because we wanted folks, our stakeholders, to understand that, you know, these non-interventional observational studies are not subject to our new drug regulations, which speak to investigations other than the use of a drug in medical practice. That being said, we wanted to also outline some of our best practices for those types of studies, and we look forward to the feedback on have we gotten that right. Next slide. So when you think of the frame, this is from our framework and how we were going to consider real world evidence. What we've issued in the policy realm is more focused on fitness for use, as well as a little bit on regulatory considerations and data standards which underline it. And that does not mean that we will not provide. There is guidance in the works that will be for study design, but our guidances, of course, are most useful when we have some experience, and we're continuing to get that experience and to try and bring it out to the public. And next slide. And I think many of you may be aware that there was a new indication for tacrolimus based primarily on RWE, and that was what was really novel and notable about this approval. So for those, a Prograf for tacrolimus was approved for prophylaxis of organ rejection in patients receiving liver transplants in '94, and then later for kidney and heart, based on RCT evidence. And the drug is widely used in clinical care, including for lung transplant, but it wasn't indicated for that. And there were concerns from certain stakeholders of the lack of an indication for a variety of reasons. The sponsor submitted to us a new drug application with a non-interventional pure RWE study as the primary evidence. And we looked at that data and designed according to our standards. So really focusing on, is this an adequate and well-controlled study that can support a regulatory approval? And it did meet that, and we approved it in July of 2021. Next slide. So just to review sort of what made that an adequate and well-controlled. Well, one, we had data that was quite reliable. This was a US scientific registry of transplants. We knew a lot about that data source. It's actually supported by the government. We knew a lot about the reliability. It was a non-interventional, obviously, observational treatment arm, which we're able to compare to historical controls. And with that comparison, we felt we had an adequate and well-controlled study. Now, as many of you are aware, outcomes of organ rejection and death are virtually certain without therapy, and the dramatic effect helps to preclude bias. So you could say, well, this is a very perhaps low-hanging fruit, but I think what's significant is us to have gone through the analysis at RWE. Just a non-interventional observational study can constitute the primary adequate and well-controlled trial. And of course, we used our RCT data as well to support this finding. So we want to continue to get experience in this area and continue to find those places where we can use RWE to inform our regulatory decisions. And next slide. And so what's coming up and what's proposed to us in PDUFA 7 is to continue to get that experience. And in many ways, I see PDUFA 7 almost as a way of perhaps de-risking for sponsors thinking about how to use RWE. So we've seen a number of sponsors who might come to us and having done considerable work and invested resources before we have really discussed and aligned on the feasibility. And so we're providing a new mechanism to get that early feedback. Is this, you know, is your design and your proposed design, your data sources, are they likely to be fit for purpose? And then can we work with you to see how we can get that, move that forward, but also then be able to share the learning. So it's sort of a We'll work with sponsors a little bit more closely, and in exchange, we'll be able to provide the community with a little bit more information on what we're looking for when we're thinking about RWE for regulatory decisions. So again, this is still subject to our congressional approval, but the program is outlined and proposed, and the commitment letter is to identify approaches that meet regulatory requirements for labeling of effectiveness or post-approval study requirements, have processes that promote consistent decision-making and shared learning. We have some of those. We'll look at those and make sure they're working as they should, provide awareness of the characteristics of RWE that can support regulatory decisions, and discuss study designs in a public forum. So specifically, how are we going to do that? Next slide. We're going to solicit applications for advancing RWE twice, 2 cycles per year. The sponsors will be asked to describe, before really protocol development or study initiation, the regulatory questions they're seeking to address, the proposed design, and the potential data sources to support this design. And then using a structured review process to evaluate and rank applications based on information they present, that the data may be fit for use, the study design adequate, and the proposed study conduct can be anticipated to meet regulatory requirements. We will move forward with some selection, and consideration will be given to promoting diversity of data sources, study designs, analytic methodologies, and regulatory indications. So we really maximize the learning from these this pilot. And so it'll include the diversity of diseases under study as well. So what can you expect out of this program? Next slide. What you can expect is in a couple of years, we would begin to report aggregate data on an annual basis, anonymously describing program submissions, but including some types of data sources and study design. So providing greater transparency into what we're seeing. That'll be followed by a public workshop to discuss specific case studies, focusing on how to generate real world evidence and meet regulatory requirements. And then by 2026, we'll use the lessons learned from the RWE pilot to update existing or to generate new as needed RWE related documents. Next slide. So looking forward, I'd like to leave you with what we left you in the perspective. We remain committed to robust policy development aligned with the 21st Century Cures Act, while of course maintaining our evidentiary standards and honoring our obligation to protect and promote public health. Focusing on the distinction between interventional and non-interventional studies can help researchers, sponsors, and regulators better understand and describe relevant methodologic issues, and gaining more experience, including conduct of rigorous non-interventional studies, will help to advance drug development. So I want to thank you for your attention and everyone who contributed to the slide deck. Next slide. Our slides will be available. Our email is there for additional question, and I'll hand it back to Mark for what looks like an exciting afternoon. Thank you.
Jacqueline, thank you so much for that comprehensive overview of all of the activities that have been taking place at FDA in this very important, increasingly important real world evidence space. A lot of resources and effort going into it, a lot of interaction with the broader development community. And also thanks for that look forward on how to get to this next phase of, like you said, overcoming the uncertainty, de-risking through this carefully thought out range of potential applications and sharing that, sharing the insights, and that will fit with a lot of the topics that we're going to discuss today. So let's get right into that. I'm going to turn now to Rachel Hendricks-Stirrup, who is the Research Director for Real World Evidence here at the Duke-Margolis Center for Health Policy, who helps coordinate and oversee our Real World Evidence Collaborative, and is also going to coordinate and moderate this first session today. Rachel?
Thank you so much, Mark, and echoing your thanks to Jacqueline for those wonderful keynote remarks. We're really excited about what's up ahead for everyone today, and we're glad you all have tuned in. I want to welcome everyone to our session 1 on advancing the regulatory acceptability of real world evidence. Since really the release of FDA's RWE framework in 2018, many stakeholders, including multi-stakeholder collaborations, have explored opportunities for and challenges against the use of real-world evidence and regulatory decision-making, as Jacqueline described quite a bit just before now. Now, building on these discussions, in 2021, the FDA released 4 draft guidance documents, as Jacqueline outlined, that cover a range of important topics and regulatory considerations as well for appropriately utilizing real-world data and evidence. So we'll open this discussion along those lines with a presentation on these guidance documents and public comments from the Duke-Margolis Center for Health Policy Research Associates, Trevin Locke and Adam Ayton. This panel discussion will follow, highlighting areas of alignment as well as opportunities to further clarify key aspects of regulatory uses of real-world evidence moving forward. So that being said, I'd like to welcome Trevin and Adam. Thanks again. I will go ahead and turn it over to you all. We'll advance to the next slide.
Great, thanks so much, Rachel. So we'll dive right in so we can get to what should be a phenomenal panel discussion. Next slide. So Adam and I are going to walk through an overview of a bit of analysis that we did here at the center over the past several weeks, identifying key themes from the comment letters to the 4 guidances that Dr. Corrigan-Cry just walked through, and kind of tee up how that might help us look forward as to what we as a stakeholder community need to be working on into the future. I should note here up top, we're not trying to claim that this walkthrough is comprehensive or exhaustive by any means, but we did want to provide a high-level look at where the broader stakeholder community, including the patient advocacy community, seems to be standing based off of these recent guidance documents and the ensuing comment letters. We've tried to capture the areas that seem ripest for continued work or thought by the broader community, and the panel we have that follows Adam and I will dig into some of these issues in more detail. I'm going to run through the next few slides really quickly because Jacqueline did a better overview than I could claim to. So just as a reminder, there were the 4 guidance documents that covered a range of topics. If we can just move through the next few slides, I'll get right into our themes. Yeah, there we go. Next slide. So in our work, we identified 8 core areas of consideration, from data management and data quality considerations to stakeholder alignment and communication, to the need for validated variables and measures, to the importance of consistent definitions and terminology, to the usefulness of concrete use cases, to privacy and consent considerations, as well as data provenance considerations. Next slide. So for this presentation, to kind of build on those themes that we identified, we've bucketed the following domains out that you see here on this slide, where we think more action by the broader stakeholder community might be useful. And Adam and I will walk through those over the next several minutes. I should note that all of these themes fit into the larger conversation about whether data are fit for purpose. As Mark highlighted, this is something we've explored here at the center. But as the comments show, we as a community still do some more work on a lot of these topics. Next slide. So the first area up is the key to making this all work is stakeholder alignment and shared understanding. So next slide. As Mark and Jacqueline and Rachel and everyone that's spoken so far has highlighted, a lot of our advancement so far has been driven by stakeholder collaboration. Despite this progress, the comment letters make clear that we could still do some more to align on a range of topics, from data standards to validation methods to the all-important data privacy. Likewise, there's still a desire to see government stakeholders both at FDA and across the other agencies to continue aligning on expectations for RWD and RWE. And to make those expectations clear, not only to drug developers and sponsors, but to other owners of RWD sources, like patient advocacy organizations that have their own registries, for example. Next slide. Given the breadth of stakeholders in this space, collaborations and definitions and terminology to achieve a common vocabulary is critical. Dr. Corrigan-Cry touched on a couple of these issues in the keynote, along with the importance of being precise in terminology. This slide doesn't capture all of the terminology and definitional issues that we're facing, but does highlight a couple to complement those that have already been mentioned. including the need to refine concepts like interoperability and traceability to make sure we have consistently accepted definitions. On the registry front, delineating registries from registry-based studies. This is a point that I know the EMA in Europe has thought about some, and we may be able to adapt some lessons from across the pond. And I'll go into more on this in the next slides, but while there are similarities, the data sources that these guidance documents covered all have unique considerations. And so there's opportunities for the community to work together to clarify where one source is strong and weak and how they might play well with each other, which brings me to next slide. And one more click. As we've highlighted, the guidance documents focused on 3 data source types, primarily EHRs, claims, and registry data. I'm not going to read everything here on this slide, but as I noted, it's important for stakeholders to consider the unique strengths and weaknesses of these data sources, both within each source, i.e. in the registry side, the unique considerations for registries that already exist and may not have been built for regulatory purposes versus registries that have been purpose-built to answer a regulatory directed question, as well as unique considerations between the different types of sources. I should also note these are the major sources addressed in the guidance documents, but as we are all aware, this is an evolving space with novel sources constantly in development, from wearables and other digital health tools that will certainly change the landscape as well. Next slide. To help address, gaps or issues with individual sources, obviously data linkage is a popular topic for folks to think about and to kind of build out more comprehensive data sets. So given that, an individual source may have, gaps in the data or be fragmented in one way or another, getting data linkage right is vital to helping build these more comprehensive data sets. However, as many of you know, linking comes with challenges of its own as well, including data sets have been being built for different purposes and getting past that, as well as accurately matching individual patient records and the privacy considerations that can come with that, depending on the situation. Next slide. On the provenance front, again, not capturing all the issues here, but a couple that we thought worth highlighting. Data systems change over time to meet changing enterprise needs. The impact of these changes on how we determine provenance needs to be a key consideration, particularly for studies that span multiple years, which is often what we're trying to do with these real-world data sources in the real-world setting. And of course, any use of patient-level data for provenance information should have appropriate privacy protections in place, which brings me to the next slide. As I've already noted throughout these past several slides, there are important privacy considerations in multiple aspects of how we use real-world data. One big area for the community to work together as we move forward is to develop appropriate privacy frameworks, including processes for how we consent patients to their data being used. There's lots of ideas, there's lots of technology out there. We'll hear about some of these in the later panels today. But as a community, I think this is a big area for us to think about moving forward. For RWD to be most successful, we need to make sure we're implementing these privacy protections in a way that also enables RWD-powered research. And with that, very quick overview, I will hand it over to my colleague Adam for the rest of the content.
All right, thanks, Trevin. Next slide. So I'm going to dive right into our next thematic area that we identified, the standardization, technology, and analytic methods. Next slide. Numerous comments highlighted the need for perhaps a broader set of standards to be adopted in FDA's data standards catalog. Commentators mentioned that standards currently approved in the catalog are geared towards clinical trials that utilize CDISC control terminologies and standards like MEDRA and WHO drug vocabularies. However, real-world data collected as part of routine care delivery uses standards like SNOMED for clinical concepts or RX norm to code drugs. Additionally, HL7 FHIR was another data standard mentioned that could be utilized as well. And while there's a clear role for data standards to structure RWD, there appears to be some interest to utilize data in its native format. This would represent an approach that perhaps moves beyond standards and one that would need to be better defined through continued stakeholder dialogue and collaborations. Next slide. In addition to standards, stakeholders also agreed on the need for better understanding around the processes entailed with cleaning and curating data and transforming it into an analytic data set. One area that will likely require more practice is data mapping. There is growing experience with mapping source data to research-ready data models, or even mapping clinical constructs between data standards like the ones that we discussed on the last slide, but more work is needed there. Also, comments focused on ways to drive shared understanding of what are appropriate sets of activities when curating data and addressing things like data missingness or utilizing proxy variables. Ultimately, the aim of these types of comments really centers on the desire to work towards a common understanding of what data quality means and how we get to that threshold of regulatory grade. Next slide. Once a shared vision of quality is in place, you still need to validate that the characteristics or the attributes of quality measures are met. How should you conduct your data quality checks? How do you appropriately validate key variables within a real-world data source or across sources through data linkages? There are also validations specific to data standards and common data models. Finally, with innovations in technology driving new data management practices, which are increasingly leveraging sophisticated computational tools, algorithms, and even artificial intelligence, there's a need to properly evaluate these new technologies and algorithms, perhaps with the underlying coding or code sets, and that needs to be validated, which might require new forms of validation mechanisms yet to be developed. Next slide. Our next theme is trust and transparency. Next slide. As these data practices and analytic processes are occurring, the guidance documents have made the imperative clear that documentation is needed on what happened to the data, why did it happen, how did it happen, and who did it. There are many dimensions to this documentation, as seen on the slide here. We saw numerous comments posing questions on how this information should be documented and examples of what that might look like. Next slide. Another key question is, where does all this information go? Some comments flag the need to ensure protocol readability and supporting the need to keep this information formatted in a way that doesn't detract from the protocol. Additionally, there was interest in finding ways to support study replication and reproducibility of results. And perhaps this could be accomplished through processes similar to clinical trials where protocols are registered and posted publicly. However, more work is needed to determine what are the necessary study parameters to be posted for RWE studies. Next slide. Our next and final theme is concrete use cases, which we heard a lot about in our opening comments and from Jacqueline Kurgan-Karai and the opportunities there at FDA in advancing the RWE program. So we're going to provide just an overview of some of these opportunities and what is happening in the stakeholder community. Next slide. And given that there are many pilot projects underway focusing on things like data quality and study design and tools, what we wanted to do was just highlight a couple here that we thought would be good examples to provide and will likely also come up in discussions later on in the agenda. Next slide. Next slide. So the first one, RCT duplicate, we already heard about that a little bit this morning. So I'm not going to spend too much time there, but as Mark had mentioned, as well as Jacqueline in opening comments, this was a webinar that the Duke-Margolis Center had convened with cooperative agreement under with the FDA, and an opportunity to show some of the possibilities in utilizing methodological observational methods along with observational data to replicate RCTs. The strategic goal here, again, being led by Brigham and Women's Hospital in collaboration with FDA and ATN, was to better understand and improve the validity of RWE studies for purposes of regulatory decision-making. The approach, again, was emulating RCTs and being able to work with the data and the methods to compare treatment effect estimates. Next slide. The next example that we wanted to highlight comes from the Friends of Cancer Research. The focus here was to establish the utility of real-world endpoints and a framework for evaluating their use. They worked with curated data to determine how well these endpoints correlated with clinical trial endpoints, and with a multi-stakeholder set of partners, applied different definitions and analytical methods to gain that experience. Next slide. So for conclusions and next steps, next slide. The following figure is a visualization of the different themes that Trevin and I had just walked through. And this is a figure taken from FDA's EHR and claims data guidance with our thematic areas overlaid. At the bottom, you see that RWD sources, and this is where the overarching data considerations fit in when you think about things like provenance and privacy and consent and other considerations important with working with source data. Next, the middle layer, or stack, if you will, features all the data management practices that show the data standards and technology and approaches for curating, mapping, and transforming data into analytic data sets. And then the trust and transparency themes highlighted in blue really permeate throughout, these processes, showing that documentation is needed at each step, going from source data to analytic data set, and ultimately a protocol that's submitted to FDA. Next slide. So in conclusion, we feel a key takeaway from all of this is the need to work across the stakeholder community to continue navigating the path forward to advance these issues. Fundamentally, it's going to take time and practice to gain experience, trust, and comfort with working with different sources of data, methods, and study considerations. These guidance documents highlight progress, the progress we've made so far, as well as the many comments submitted by the stakeholder community. So now we have to keep the momentum going, and we're going to spend the rest of the discussion today on how collectively as a community, we can keep driving opportunities moving forward. With that, I'll hand it back over to Rachel.
Thank you so much, Adam and Trevin. Very happy to have worked on this broad thematic analysis with you all, and we're really happy to share it with everyone here today. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and move right into session 1 on advancing regulatory acceptability of real-world evidence. We have many folks joining us for this session. Very grateful for their engagement here. We have first, actually, if everyone can turn on their cameras, that would be great. We have Angela Dobes, who's the Vice President of IBD Plexus at the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. Nancy Dreyer, who's the Senior Vice President and Chief Scientific Officer for Real World Evidence at IQVIA. Jeremy Rassin, Co-founder and President of Aetion. Nicole Mahoney, Executive Director for Regulatory Policy at Novartis. And lastly, Richard Wilkie, Chief Science Officer at ISFOR. Now, each of our panelists who are here with us for this session will give a brief opening remark each. And then after that, we'll dive right into a broader discussion. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to Angela. Angela, go right ahead.
Thanks, Rachel. Is this treatment effective? Is this treatment safe? These are two questions at the center of all regulatory decisions to bring new innovative treatments to patients. These questions are consistently leveraged to prove a new drug is safe and effective for its intended use. However, reasons underlying why a treatment works and why it does not are not the same for all patients. Patients, their underlying biology, and lived experiences are unique. To achieve the full potential of medical innovations and get the right treatment to the right patient at the right time, a more expanded approach to generate evidence is required. For patients with unmet needs, patients who are not represented in clinical trials, and patients whose disease continues to worsen despite available therapies, this need to generate evidence to inform regulatory and healthcare decisions is even more urgent. The 21st Century Cures Act, designed to bring innovations faster and more efficiently to patients, ignited opportunities to rethink evidentiary requirements to serve the needs of patients to better inform clinical practice. It also marked a transformational shift toward patient-centered research and pushing forward evidence generation that enables patients and their caregivers' voices to be heard when assessing the value of innovative products and healthcare options. For organizations like the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation that serve patients and caregivers, it's important that the research we facilitate is patient-centered and reflective of patients' needs, preferences, and lived experience. As the science and applications of real-world evidence evolve, so are the technology-driven solutions being developed to advance the field, including registries, where I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to discuss today the important role registries play to generate a patient-centered evidence package to bolster the clinical trial ecosystem and product lifecycle. Patient organization-directed registries are often established to fill a void in the field and unlock answers to high-impact questions. The foundation founded IBD Plexus, a data platform and biorepository that leverages a patient-centered approach to collect, integrate, harmonize multimodal real-world data, including clinical data, patient-reported, medical records, claims, and omics data, to accelerate progress towards precision medicine and improve the lives of people living with inflammatory bowel disease. For chronic episodic diseases like Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis that follow a disease course of waxing and waning and exacerbations or flares, advanced data collection methods are required to close the feedback loop between treatment and effect. Capturing data directly from the patient adds depth and context to measures collected in clinical setting, where registries are one of the best sources to leverage when looking to gain access to patient self-reported data. Understanding what is most meaningful and collecting that information directly from patients is critical to align treatment value with what matters most to patients. For example, fecal urgency, or the sudden need to rush to the bathroom to empty one's bowels, is a common and debilitating symptom of inflammatory bowel disease, yet it has not been routinely measured in clinical trials. Use of patient-reported outcome instruments as endpoints to inform regulatory decisions is still a relatively emerging area, and therefore really emphasizes the need to encourage registries to collect elements that matter to patients to not only better reflect drug delivery, but to help drive treatment success and adherence. Capturing an individual's health story holistically through IBD Plexus required direct engagement with the very complex healthcare and research ecosystem to break down data silos and address healthcare fragmentation challenges. In addition, a critical success factor to enable collection of high quality, complete information was to ensure that platform can adapt to the changing healthcare system demands and patients' priorities, which was really amplified in the wake of COVID. For example, co-designing with patients and clinicians, the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation launched an IBD digital tracker, leveraging the FDA My Studies app technology that really facilitates collection of patient-reported data at critical time points throughout the disease course, conveniently at home. The power of a research infrastructure like IBD Plexus is that it forges a path to achieve beneficial and lasting change to the community it serves. To push the real-world evidence field forward and advance regulatory acceptability, it is critical that guidance documents reflect both the current and the next generation registry landscape. This is important not only for building data capacity and driving towards a patient-centered evidence package, but also acknowledges the unique role patient organizations play as the hubs of their community to unite all stakeholders. In closing, I really want to applaud the FDA for the release of the draft real-world evidence guidance documents. While I provided an example of the impact registries have on evidence generation, as we heard earlier today, real-world evidence advancements are driven by stakeholder collaboration. In the future, the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation looks forward to collaborating to push boundaries in a responsible manner to ultimately do better for patients. Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you so much, Angela. That was a wonderful discussion that you brought to this session. Now I'll go ahead and turn it over to Nancy. Nancy, go right ahead.
Hi, everybody. Is my sound coming through?
Loud and clear.
Excellent. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you on behalf of both IQVIA and ISPIAN to talk about record linkage and the opportunities that this offers to you. I mean, this is like epidemiologists living the dream, which is also goes back and forth between dream and nightmare. So let's just talk about the main things that you use with record linkage. Love to link with electronic medical records. And in the United States, the ONC requires everybody to be up to speed by the end of 2022. Well, that's terrific. But the caution for you is that you can get all the data, but it requires knowing where a patient was seen, whether they were admitted or treated. You can't get the EMR. It's called patient-mediated EMR because you need the patient's help and you need to know the site. But we do have some unique data sources, particularly in the United States, like for mortality, like our National Death Index. So that's a little bit delayed, but a tremendous resource because it's pretty wide coverage. But then let's talk about the rest of the data sources, like medical and pharmacy claims that we're interested. In the United States, do we need to create these tokens? And the tokens are then matched using deterministic or probabilistic matching with other data. In many European countries and other places where they have national health insurance, you don't need to worry about tokenization and matching because you can use a national health insurance number. So I just wanted to give you 5 things to keep in mind. So not so different from primary data collection. I encourage you to think long and hard about what linked data you need and the likely overlap of data sources in the absence of national health insurance. So in the United States, you can work with a single health system, which may give you much more reliable linkage, but be less generalizable due to the type of patients covered, their ethnicity, pharmacy benefits, economics. Or you can link one set to external data sets that aren't within a health system, like claims. But you should be prepared to accept that only a subset of patients will link. We all, if you're dealing with a pre-Medicare coverage group, we all use different insurers, and you may or may not have the claims that are of interest. And you may not have enough coverage, for example, to do entire passive follow-up for safety. But this may be a tremendously useful for enriched data for understanding comorbidities, co-medications, path to diagnosis, etc., even if just in a subgroup. Second point, keep in mind the recency of the data or the data lag in availability. How often are the data refreshed? For example, in the Nordic countries, there's a lag of about 12 to 18 months for data to be updated. And in China, I've heard it can go about 3 years. In the US, much faster, but still not as instantaneous as we'd like. And then third point, are there established procedures for applying for and processing requests for data access? For example, in Japan, there's some marvelous data networks, but it's not so clear about the processes for who can access them, how they access, and what criteria are needed to support that. And it's not just Japan, that's true in other data sets as well. Fourth point, what data curation and QC checks are employed by the data holder, and what are prudent measures for researchers to make sure to undertake? It's important to understand both. And the last point, just in case I haven't gotten you anxious enough if you're considering this, but the last point is, how will you know if you made the wrong match? Tokens are easy to create. It can be first name, last name, first 3 letters of this, first 2 letters of that, any combination as long as it's systematic. But matching tokens to various data sources is not straightforward. So just think about it. Not all the sources that you want to link with would have the same PHI that you would have. So matching is imprecise at best. That said, I'm a huge proponent of what we can learn from linked data, but I want you to go into it with your eyes open. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A great energy that you're bringing, and also a great, interesting perspective around, coming into the whole data linkage process, with eyes wide open and being open to both opportunities, but also keeping an eye on, some of the other more risky considerations, depending on the level of PHI, as you mentioned, and also how, people value their PHI certainly matters. So I'll go ahead and turn it to Jeremy. Go right ahead, Jeremy.
Well, thanks so much. I'll keep talking, but someone will tell me if you can't hear me. I'll be speaking today mainly about data standards, because I think, as we've heard already this morning or this afternoon, data is foundational to this whole enterprise. And from the very first framework document that came out in 2018 and through the draft guidances that we've seen over the past months, it's been clear that for real-world evidence to be credible, it has to be based on high-quality, relevant data. As I said, we heard this today. But at the same time, I'll argue that for the evidence to be decisionable, the evidence has to be verifiable to the same level that would be expected in a clinical trial. We have expectations that have been set from clinical trials, and those themes of verifiability include transparency, reproducibility, auditability, and of course, the methods being scientifically valid. But Nancy alluded to this as well. Here's the real world part, right? We're working in real world data and real world evidence with heterogeneous data sources. That's both the data sets themselves and where the source of the data source is, where these data arise from. Heterogeneous data types, different ways of collecting data, maybe even data quality. But real world data is our friend here. We're using real world data because it tells us something that we don't get or can't get from clinical trial data. We also analyze data in heterogeneous ways. Maybe it's SAS, but maybe it's R, maybe it's Python, maybe it's an analytic platform. There's a lot of heterogeneity in the real world space. I would argue that exceeds the heterogeneity in the clinical trial space. And so as practitioners of real world data and real world evidence, we need to recognize this fundamental heterogeneity and be thoughtful that to make our evidence decisionable, we have to give reviewers, those viewing and understanding the evidence, a true sense of what the underlying data say, while at the same time performing transformations on the data to get from the source data to this analyzable format, performing transformations that are themselves fit for purpose. And if you think of a variable being measured for an outcome, you might want to transform that data from the source data into as a confounder, because the parameters on how you use and understand those pieces of information are different in each case. And so driving consistency in methods and data transmission so that each new submission isn't a de novo task is also something that we need to achieve. And so I am in my remarks referring to real world studies that are entirely real world studies. So I am on the dichotomous side, going back to the first talk, where we're looking exclusively at real world data. I understand there's kind of a difference when you're combining real world and clinical trial data. But if we're working exclusively with real world data, to try to meet some of these first principles, I'd say that common data models are often the common answer. But sometimes they're exactly the right thing, sometimes not. But with respect to the data standards, I personally don't know of a single common data model that itself is general enough to handle all. And in my opinion, the better, which is to say the more appropriate common data models are the ones, and that's plural, that minimally transform the data. And that's to be able to support the purposes I mentioned before, being able to review, understand, sort of get the feeling of the data itself, get an understanding of whether the transformations on that data were themselves fit for purpose. And in particular, clinical trial, common data models designed for clinical trial data, I would argue almost certainly don't fit the bill for real world sources. Common data models are created for the data they're storing, and they're purpose-built. And clinical trial data is simply just in many ways different than real world data. One kind of small example is clinical trials don't tend, and clinical trial data doesn't tend to account for this notion of observability. That translates roughly to the enrollment data in a typical insurance file. But in the real world, this is our denominator, and us epidemiologists love a denominator. You get the denominator kind of as part of the design in a clinical trial, but we need to get that from the data in the real world, and not having that denominator available to us, certainly I think takes away from what's needed to do the study, and probably detracts from the ability to review and understand those data as well. And so I'll argue that to degrees, any transformation from source data into a common data model requires some rounding of the edges, more so the square of the peg and the round of the hole, but the less, I would say, the better. And that's because the transformation that happens before the data even hits the reviewer's desk can be specified transparently, but the mechanics of the implementation of that transformation is itself in some ways a black box. And that's somehow undermines in some way the probative value of expecting the data to start with. But it's been so transformed by the time you're looking at it, what does it mean to actually look at it? And these mechanics of the transformations can be tricky and very error prone. Kind of all the more important to ensure that there's no daylight between the specification of what was intending to be done in the transformation and the implementation of it. And to Nancy's point, I think this gets only harder as we're dealing with linked data. So if we're working with common data models, I think those that are mapping common data models, one that kind of do minimal transformation are net better, but I don't think they're the entire solution. And I would say, like in many parts of our lives, technology can really give us a leg up here. And one technology in particular I want to point to is the technology of analytics platforms. I'll refer to our HCON analytics platform, that's the one I know best, but the remarks apply to all platforms that are out there. And the general idea here is that we can streamline the process, improve the quality, improve the transparency, and by the way, do it faster too, which is one of the virtues of working with real-world data through the use of a platform. And platforms themselves can be data fluent, working with nearly any data source, and that includes common data models. Platforms speak common data models too, but by centralizing the entire evidence generation process from data ingestion to transformation, to creating the analytic file, to the analysis, to the reporting, the archiving, the reproducing, all while documenting along the way, gives a lot of confidence and transparency into the entire process. And also because we're doing it in one system, we're ensuring that there's no daylight between the specification, the intention of the transformations or any data processing and the implementation. So thank you very much. And I'll turn it back over to you, Rachel.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Lots of good things to think about. So thank you for sharing your perspective there. I'll go ahead and turn it next to Nicole. Nicole, if you have anything to add or something different, go right ahead.
Thanks so much, Rachel. And thanks to Duke-Margolis for the opportunity to participate in this panel and for synthesizing the comments on FDA's recent guidance. I think that was really illuminating to hear what others had to say. FDA's draft guidance takes really important steps to define what it means for real-world data to be fit for purpose. It also provides welcome clarity regarding data quality and the regulatory requirements for submissions. From my perspective, it really starts to build the foundation for a shared understanding of expectations across the drug development industry, but also for the data organizations that we partner with, because as everyone knows, we're not always generating the real world data ourselves. Over time, I think the recommendations in the guidance will have upstream effects and move us towards more of a learning healthcare system in the future. The comments that we heard about from Trevin and Adam reflect how important stakeholder alignment is, given that the field's bringing together research from very different disciplines, even within an individual pharmaceutical company. And it's also catalyzing new relationships between pharma and the tech industry. And these two industries may have very different experience levels with medical products regulation. And I don't think we can overlook that because that's significant. Today, I want to share just a couple of high-level thoughts about potential next steps as we try to put the guidance into practice. And that's what we have to do next. So one of the common themes that I personally heard as I gathered input on the FDA guidance from within my own company, but also in conversations with the trade associations and the Real World Evidence Collaborative, is that we'd really benefit from some concrete tools and best practices related to data quality evaluations, feasibility assessments, and inspection readiness. And I know we're going to talk about all of these things more through the panel. It's clear to me that we need more opportunities to work together to develop these tools. and to share them, and also importantly, to learn from real experiences, including successful and unsuccessful real-world evidence use cases. So, for example, the guidance recommends for EHRs that sponsors provide a data quality assessment report for real-world data, but it's not necessarily clear what a good report would look like, and the information that it would have to contain to meet regulatory expectations. So we believe that more specific guidance might be needed to help enable sponsors and enable data providers to generate consistent assessment reports on data quality, and also to ensure that we're operating from the same playbook. I think that's critical. Some of the comment letters suggested that stakeholders should probably be working together on a framework to recommend quantitative and qualitative metrics of data quality to ensure completeness and accuracy and plausibility of the data elements for a given source. It's on industry to come up with ways to meet regulatory expectations, but I will say that I think FDA is in a very powerful position to convene an effort like this and to provide a forum for these types of cross-sector conversations. They could really drive them. I want to note that sponsors are already working collectively on some of the tools that'll help evaluate the suitability of real-world data sources. And I just want to provide a concrete example. Transcelerate recently started working on a tool to support real-world data quality management and to provide an understanding of the relevance and reliability of real-world data as we engage with different data providers. And this tool is being developed with insights from a survey of data providers, and also, of course, in consideration of the recent FDA guidance. It should serve to operationalize some aspects of the guidance and build common ground across stakeholders. So maybe when the tool is ready, we could apply it to some real life use cases and then share the learnings from that to tweak it over time. Other areas besides quality would benefit from more practical recommendations too. So for example, guidance might be helpful on how to best conduct and document feasibility analyses of real world data sources, and the level of information that sponsors need to share with FDA in order to facilitate meaningful exchanges in product-specific meetings with the agency. It's difficult to get scientific advice and alignment on real-world data plans without some level of detail about the data, but what's the right balance? I think it would also be helpful to better understand different approaches sponsors might take to show that studies were conducted only after protocols were finalized. The real-world collaborative conversations brought up a few good examples of that, but I think we need to disseminate that thinking throughout the community. So I'll end by saying that we're really looking forward to the real-world data pilot program under PDUFA 7, and fingers crossed that goes through as planned. One of the benefits that we heard about earlier is that the program's designed so that any lessons learned will be shared publicly. And what I would urge FDA and sponsors to do is to make sure that we're sharing from the pilot not only the technical and methodological aspects of study design or how data was reviewed and evaluated by FDA to make a decision, but how sponsors approach real-world data quality assessments, feasibility assessments, and some of the other aspects of implementation that I mentioned here. So we can speed up the adoption of best practices, but also avoid approaches that aren't well suited. So I'm looking forward to the discussion, and with that, I'll hand it back to Rachel.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Wonderful thoughts there. I'll go ahead and turn it to our final discussant, Richard Wilkie. Go right ahead.
Thanks, Rachel. And thanks to Duke-Margolis for inviting me to be part of this panel. So far, you've heard a lot about data quality, but what about process quality or transparency, which has been referred to a couple of times here? Even given good data and good methods, can the consumer of real-world evidence really trust the quality of the process that led to that study's conclusions? And now I'm not talking just about FDA, who pretty sure are going to hold our feet to the fire, but all decision makers from regulatory agencies to HTA to clinical bodies to individual clinicians and patients. So How many times have you looked at a published real-world evidence study and a given result and wondered how many regressions or analyses they had to run to get to that result? When I was younger, much younger, we used to joke about needing a SAS procedure called PROC APR, all possible regressions. I don't think they ever implemented that one. It's a good thing. But even if as a researcher only runs, one or a limited set of analyses, and so you might think they're not p-hacking, as you call it, there can be also different ways of looking at the study, at the real world situation that could explain any given significant result. Something that has been called researcher degrees of freedom, that is retrofitting your hypothesis to your result. That's also a way of doing multiple comparisons and affecting your p-values. So to get the point, the good practice we're all aware of is to write your study protocol and analysis plan before you analyze your data, especially before you look at any treatment and outcomes associations. So to kind of really lay out the ground rules in detail, ISPOR and ISPE got together 5 years ago with a joint task force to lay out 7 primary recommendations for being transparent about the study process. They include a priori deciding whether this is a hypothesis evaluating treatment effect study that is to be meant for decision making, or an exploratory study. And lots of exploratory studies are done without really precise analysis plans beforehand. Second, post your study protocol. If it's a hypothesis evaluating study, post your study protocol on a protocol registry site prior to conducting your study analysis. Publish those study results with attestation to whether you followed your analysis plan or made post hoc adjustments. Enable opportunities for replication of your results for other researchers. Perform your studies on different data than you ran your exploratory work on. Authors should publicly address any methodological issues, and in the course of the whole work includes key stakeholders, clinicians and patients and others in the design, interpretation, and dissemination of the work. That was the first study that you see there on the left of your screen. The other part of the task force focused on tackling reproducibility of study findings, whether in the same data or other data. A common best practice is thought to be sharing your data and your code, but this task force actually recommended sharing all study implementation parameters and definitions in order to be transparent. Having done this joint task force, we assembled a larger group of stakeholders, including Duke-Margolis in particular, to discuss what the best next steps would be. The decision was to encourage, in any way we could, pre-registration of study protocols. At the time, the major options were, of course, clinicaltrials.gov in the US and the NCEP registry in the EU, meant mainly for post-authorization safety studies. But it was generally felt that those were somewhat very cumbersome for your typical retrospective database cohort study. Next slide, please. So the decision, you can keep going. Thanks. So the decision was to create a registry that was very fit for purpose for database studies. We collaborated with the Center for Open Sciences, which has a platform that houses a number of different study protocol registries across a range of differences. It's called Open Sciences Platform. We started building a registry a couple of years ago, went through pilots and beta testing and revisions, formally launched it last year. It includes 25 questions about the study protocol you need to answer in order to set up this entry in the registry and add your study protocol. Once it's up, it's open for public viewing unless you specify that you want it sort of in a lockbox to be kept private for some period of time. We understand confidentiality is sometimes a factor. Our ISPOR journal, Value in Health, has agreed to give priority to review to any study that's pre-registered in this registry. We're working with other journals and other organizations to give similar recognition to pre-registered studies. You may have noticed in the FDA guidance on considerations for use of real-world data that they recommend registering your protocol. You may also have noticed that the recent real-world evidence guidance that NICE put out in the UK actually recommended or recognized our transparency initiative and recommended pre-registering your study. So there are some next steps here. One is around a study protocol registry template. That's another recent or ongoing task force with ISPE that Shirley Wang's going to talk about in a little bit. We have heard that clinicaltrials.gov and NSEP are turning their attention to better enabling retrospective database studies. That's a great thing, because our main objective here is to see that this more transparent approach to real-world evidence studies meant for decision-making of any type is to really take hold. If real-world evidence studies are ever going to attain a status similar to RCTs, this is an absolutely necessary step. With that, thank you for your attention. Rachel, over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We have several questions from our audience, and also just some general things that we'd like to discuss with you all. So we'll go ahead and kick off the full discussion. So, we talked a lot about stakeholder alignment, identifying data gaps and needs, developing data standards, and determining documentation standards. We also shared with the audience, some of our own insights around stakeholder alignment based on comments that have been received to date by the FDA in reaction to their draft RWE guidance. So maybe I'll ask each of you, what is, given everything you've said today, what would you say is the number one most critical area of stakeholder alignment for real world evidence? Jeremy, why don't you go first?
There's a lot of possibilities there. I echo back to the data theme, and I think we need to think about, so much of the guidance is, the data standard guidance and beyond was about the quality of the data, and this kind of refers back to Nicole's remarks as well. I think we need to be thoughtful about how we're thinking about the data, how we're representing the quality of the data, how we're able to check that, how we're able to build confidence in the data and do that in a way that's scalable over time. And so, the ability to sort of build scale, kind of one study to the next, I think is a way that we can get sort of a network effect, if you will, from these real world studies that we're doing, so that they really kind of build one upon the other. And I would say, given that the real world data is the real foundational part here and really cuts across all the studies, that's a place where I would prioritize alignment of how we're going to do that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, go right ahead, Richard.
I think Angela's raising her hand. I should let her go.
Oh, I was just going to add to quickly add to the data discussion and opportunities for common data elements that can be defined across populations, whether it be adult and pediatric, across data domains, demographics, assessments, outcomes, to not only promote consistent and universal data collection, but can facilitate meeting FAIR principles, ease of data sharing, and interoperability from both an exchange and semantic perspective. But I think even more recently, there's been heightened interest to leverage common data elements to really connect research and care. And for example, the IBD research community created an IBD Smart Forum that's directly embedded into electronic medical records, where the data is then leveraged for research through IBD plexus, but then can also be used to generate clinician notes. But with that said, I think it's really important to acknowledge whenever common data elements or standards are created, they're most useful when developed and driven by specific use cases, and when the value they contribute is really clear and meaningful to all stakeholders, such as patients, clinicians, and researchers.
Yeah, thank you. Richard, I think you were going to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted
Mm.
to say that underlying the data are real world behaviors and operations and the things that happen that we really have to understand the data generation process. I think we, as researchers, well know that, but it never hurts to emphasize that you need to know what the outcomes in your data represent. Are they the right outcomes? How, who coded those and why? If we're thinking we're going to generate a result that applies to real world practice, we have to really understand the real world practice that generated the data in the first place. And so the validity of the data is really important. I'm pretty sure FDA is hot on that case. And as we put data sources together and align them, we can't lose the validity that underlies it all, the real world validity that underlies it all.
Yeah, great points. And I think Angela made that loud and clear in your opening discussion about aligning what's important to patients with what should be important to clinicians and then also regulators that are looking to approve therapies for specific populations of patients. Go right ahead, Nancy.
Just to shake things up, because I know we promised everybody some challenges to their thinking. I wanted to offer or encourage everybody to think a little bit about this push for generalizability and having representative samples. Now, who's not in favor of that? But I think the point I wanted to bring across is that we can each contribute valuable information on subsets of interest, but it doesn't have to be everybody. So it seems to me that we want to keep reminding the FDA and every user that if we have a population of new immigrants from Ukraine and we want to study them to shed light on something, they could be valuable. If we are in a region with a high Hispanic population, just because it isn't fully representative of the diversity in any country or any region, it can still provide valuable information. So I want to make sure that we don't downgrade evidence about potential biologic cause and effects just because it isn't representative of the whole US population. So everyone loves to use that word. Everybody fights over it. And I think it's time that we keep it in context and understand the value of a particular data or study and what it can offer.
Yeah, thank you so much. It looks like we have a question that's directed in the Q&A to Angela, or that could be relevant to Angela and the IBD Plexus registry. So it looks like the person who asked this question is curious about how thinking about data linkage. What does that look like from a patient registry perspective or standpoint, rather, thinking about different sources and varieties of real world data and how all of that can come together in a single registry. Are there any out there or best practices that maybe you're aware of around data linkage within a single registry to essentially allow the registry to be as robust as it is? Any thoughts on that or anything you'd like to share?
Maybe I'd just jump in to get people thinking, because I wrote a book on registries. I should flash it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, their registries come in so many flavors. I mean, I heard what the phenomenal work of the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation, and we have a lot of registries that start with clinical data collection. But what we've seen, and if COVID wasn't a powerful lesson, I don't know what was, but we're also seeing the power of patient-generated data, whether it's through patient advocacy groups, not linked to their clinical care providers or not. And there, since I've been working on patient-generated data these past couple of years in COVID, and the questions that people are always asking is, how can you trust the accuracy of the data? So I think some of the linkage there is needed both to validate and augment data. And I don't find any substitute for the voice of the patient and bringing them into the research equation. But there are a lot of bored teenagers and malicious data entry and things that can screw up a good registry. So the validation and augmentation of the data linkage helps people believe this is in fact true. They said they had rheumatoid arthritis, and in fact, we can see that they're being treated for such.
And then Rachel, thanks Nancy, that was great. Rachel, I'm happy to just quickly touch on Plexus. So through Plexus, when patients consent into a research study, they authorize and consent for us to have access to their medical records. Currently, we leverage then tokenization engines, of course, after we get privacy analytics review, to then be able to link to outside sources such as claims data. I think the comment was referring to whether or not we have authorization of the health plans as well to link the data. And to be clear, we leverage tokenization engines. But I think one of the things that I'm really excited about, in particular when you think about Cures 2.0 and rights to access and information blocking, that patients own their data, right? And you know, assuming these legislative laws get passed, they have the right to really share their data, whether it be EHR data, claims data, for things such as research.
Yeah, thank you so much, both you and Nancy, for those thoughts in response to that question. So now I want to ask, you know, beyond the altruistic benefits, you know, to science, this is a question that someone's posed. What are the best levers to align incentives for patients to share their data? So thinking more about, you know, patient-reported outcomes, patients sharing their electronic health records. What are best what are opportunities to align incentives to essentially encourage patients to do that and engage more in the real world data space? Maybe Angela, this is another.
Sure, yes, I can start. Yeah, I mean, I think it's all around co-production and really making sure that there's value brought back to whatever's being contributed. And so trying to be really mindful as you think about how and when you interact with patients and the types of then information that you can provide back to not only empower people to attain optimal health, but also do it in a way that's collaborative and when you provide data back, it's data that patients can also share with their clinicians, and clinicians receive it well as well.
Yeah, thank you.
And
So,
I think,
yeah, go right ahead.
I was going to say, you know, just sort of going to some of the things that we've been talking about here, I think you can view this in the lens of generalizability and subgroups, and even, you know, as Dick was saying, sort of where data come from. If patients are opting in, thinking about that data generation process and you know, who any result from those data is generalizable to is, I think, part of our responsibility as real-world researchers. And it's not different than kind of any other generalizability issue. But again, sort of thinking about the data generation processes, the incentives that created the data, you know, we know insurance claims data are created for financial incentives, you know, whatever the incentive mechanism is, let's just be thoughtful about that as researchers and kind of think about the data in that light as we present any results. And
I would say
good things will happen.
I would say we would have to also think about incentives across the board. So everybody who's touching the data, inputting the data, the patient the data belongs to. And, you know, it does strike me that this introduces a whole additional level of complexity to think about how patients might be generating their own data and providing that for research. So maybe we have to find ways not only for data providers to start getting more involved in the conversations with FDA on regulatory uses, maybe through the pilot program or something else, but patients as well. I know that some of the Cures 2.0 language called for a board that would include more broad representation on how HHS might utilize real world data to a greater extent. So maybe that's a place for that kind of conversation.
I would add that I think it's also important to recognize the contribution of patients, that they're not going to stay part of a study for long unless there's some feedback or something useful to them. And it comes in two ways: either some organized feedback, not here's access to your data that you provided us, because a lot of people do that and why do they need that? But perhaps charts of showing how their improvement over time or how things have changed over time. But also my first experience with patient-generated health data, just a follow-up study in pregnancy, we had terrible retention. And EMA asked us to do focus groups. So we did them in 4 countries in Europe, and the response was unanimous. Patients said to us, you value what doctors contribute, you pay them. Show us that you value what we contribute. And I think that, and I've seen that in our studies, retention went up 8-fold when we added some very modest reimbursement. So it's important to respect the time and energy and thoughtfulness that it takes for anybody to put in good data.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you all. We're continuing to get more questions from the audience, and some of the questions that we're getting may overlap in a more or less sense, but I think what I'm seeing, or maybe what I'm hearing from some members, is that it's not necessarily the case that stakeholders might have varied opinions about the value or utility of real world data. Even patients, as you just mentioned, Nancy, they might not see much value in sharing their data and just simply getting it back, but rather what is the return value? And it's likely based on what I think we all have seen, it's likely the case that not every health system or individual, or even not every country sees or values real world data the same way. They don't even define real world data in the same way. And that's something that we've also brought up today. So thinking about, all of that, what are some methods or considerations even, or some North Stars, I would say, to encourage individuals and entities, or even, countries that have different perspectives around real world data? What are some North Stars that we can think about around the utility of real world data? And I do see someone in the audience has mentioned even health equity, perhaps equity and inclusion as one of those potential North Stars. What are your thoughts there around, alignments around, certain goals or North Stars to help everyone understand what the utility of real world data is or could be? I'll open that up to everyone or anyone who wants to answer.
I have one thought, which is sort of general, which is I like this notion that randomized trials maybe don't give us the gold standard, but they give us a gold standard. And there's a real kind of follow-on gold standard of how drugs perform in the real world, in real world populations, in real world circumstances. And so for me, that's the North Star, is how do we use real world data and real world evidence to create this kind of gold standard that goes beyond what we can observe in a clinical trial to understand medications in all the patients that use them and in all the different circumstances that takes place. And so for me, that's the North Star.
Thanks, Jeremy. Anyone else want to add their thoughts?
I think there just needs to be a continuing effort towards educating people other than researchers like ourselves about what real world data is and isn't, and how they can use it, how they can trust it, the people who talk about it in the newspapers, the journalists, the clinicians, anybody who's sort of an intermediary, and the patients too, of course, but often there are intermediaries there, the journalists and clinicians who really need to understand what we're generating with our real world studies and be able to communicate it effectively. I think that's a linkage we can't ignore.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. All right, it looks like we have another question from the audience directed to Angela. And so Angela, again, while clinical trials may not currently include outcomes such as urgency for conditions like Crohn's or ulcerative colitis, the outcomes are validated and standardized across treatment centers like the Mayo Score or CDA, and more importantly, recognized by the FDA as an endpoint for trial evaluation, yet they're not often captured in real world data. So in terms of comparing clinical trial data to real world data for IBD, do you see a discrepancy between improvement in outcomes captured in clinical trials as compared to improvement in those captured in real world data?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the traditional way that and/or the instruments and/or the endpoints that are leveraged in clinical trials aren't. It's correct assumption that they aren't done in routine care. And so I think it's really important and to follow on some of the exercises such as the amazing effort of Friends with Cancer to really think through purposely what are the best endpoints and instruments that we can leverage in a real world setting when things such as, pushing forward with endoscopy and calculating the SASCD at a community site is just never going to happen. And so I think that's where efforts to really bring the community together and think through realistic endpoints in the real world is extremely important.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else want to add to that, I guess, general discussion about the comparison between endpoints in clinical trials and endpoints in the real world and how alignment could be strengthened there, or any use case considerations that you've come across? Any thoughts?
Well, aren't we all living with the or in shock, or maybe we say I told you so on the recent decision on Biogen's Alzheimer's drug? I mean, it's a great example of things that work on surrogate endpoints, but it's not clear what benefit it shows. Like so many of us, or I suspect like so many of us, I hear people regularly denigrate real world evidence because they don't really understand it. Or clinicians only learned about clinical trials in medical school. They didn't learn about real world evidence. But I think it's almost time to flip that paradigm over. We care about things that make a difference to us. Now I'm speaking, we're all patients of some sort. So I think those real world outcomes, whether it's through a pragmatic randomized trial or some other study design, those are the outcomes that matter. And that this recent CMS decision was good proof of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point. All right, unless anyone else has thoughts to add there, I'll go ahead and move to another question. It looks like we've gotten a couple of questions from the audience about Cures 2.0 and if there's anything new or any opportunities in the real world data and evidence space. So thinking about the real world evidence task force mentioned in Cures 2.0 and thinking about how this might pan out, what would you say is the most critical thing that that we should shoot for through that piece of legislation? And I can just, go ahead, Nicole. I can throw out some context if that would be helpful.
I'm sure that would be helpful, but when I think about any legislation, I think about, where are we now and what do we need to do and what will drive things forward. And I think that it's important that we set expectations. I really feel the FDA guidance did that, went a long way to doing that. And once you know what the expectations are, what society thinks is appropriate in terms of evidentiary standards and you start working towards that, other things will fall into place, in my opinion. So I think that some of the aspects of cures that are talking about, creating a task force and then thinking about how real world data might be leveraged for a whole variety of decisions is an important first step in setting a goal or a target or a North Star for us to work towards. And then we can fill in some of the gaps and details elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, I'll add in, echoing the comments from the keynote address. I think there's this dichotomization that happens between randomized and real world evidence, and even that's not actually a real dichotomy, because there's many cases where you're putting clinical trial evidence and real world evidence, or clinical trial data and real world data together to get something that's a little bit of a hybrid kind of evidence. I think, thinking about evidence, period, in a form that's appropriate for the question at hand. I mean, I think that to me is a priority, and thinking about how evidence, again, in whatever form is appropriate, can inform any particular decision. And that can be certainly within FDA, but also across other parts of HHS as well. CMS, Nancy, I think to your point. And so again, sort of not thinking about sort of the form of evidence, but again, the purpose and the utility of different kinds of evidence, I think could be kind of a good framework to work with.
And I think it's on us, especially in the regulatory context, but others too, to show where the different pieces of evidence fit. What are they meant to answer? How are they meant to work together to give a holistic picture about what's going on with a patient, or how to inform whatever decision you're making? We have heard, today we heard that it's important to say where you are in the spectrum of randomized studies to fully observational studies. We've also heard in the past on FDA webinars about guidance that it's important for sponsors to let them know, how are you using the real world evidence within a submission package? And Duke wrote a whole paper on this about the possibilities for that. But sometimes those steps are overlooked and are not well defined.
I think you're right on target with that, Nicole, and thinking about those purposes. Listen to what we heard from Jacqueline Corrigan-Curry earlier today. I mean, think of the single arm trials, or think of situations where it's not ethical or feasible to randomize. In those situations, the real world evidence is being used more often as external comparator or benchmark to show what happens in the absence of treatment. That's tremendously valuable, because otherwise, how can you evaluate your data without a comparator? Of course, I sound like an epidemiologist, and I am, but it's those ethics, I think, that are particularly important, and we shouldn't lose sight of that. And then also the tacrolimus example that we saw. I mean, it's a beautiful example of a product that's hugely useful in widespread use, and the fact that the company took the effort to file that application to get a formal label expansion, even when their product was used widely. I think someone in the comments said, "Is this a backdoor way of sneaking through regulatory approval?" I don't think there's anything backdoor about it. I think it's front door, powerful evidence. And I don't see any indication that the FDA is making less judicious decisions when they weigh real world evidence as part of their decision-making process.
Yeah, thank you so much, Nancy. And, going back to the comment that you just raised from, someone in the audience about, backdoor pressure or processes for approval. One thing that's come up quite a bit is, are we asking the right questions? Do we have the right stakeholders at the table? And anchoring that in, again, the purpose of this session, which is to focus on the, regulatory acceptability of real world evidence. Who should, or at least moving into the future, and as we consider the new possibilities or current possibilities that have been demonstrated, like duplicate, for example, other things that we've learned about, or at least around the utility of real world data for various populations. As FDA could consider the data that's presented to them, the real world data that's presented to them, what stakeholders do you think need to have a seat at the table or should inform regulatory decision making? Angela, you mentioned that patients should be informing regulatory decision making through the use of, for example, patient-reported outcomes, or at least endpoints that are patient-driven. So what should go in front, or what should inform regulatory decisions, and who should, what stakeholders should have a seat at the table in order to do that?
And I'll just elaborate on the patient as a stakeholder, but also the registry owners, right? These regulatory guidances have been developed for industry. And so I think in order for there to be really good concerted efforts to think through all the different ways of using real world data, that those that are actually capturing and collecting the data in the real world have opportunities to be at the table.
Yeah, I mean, I saw one of the questions included a reference to the real world data creators as stakeholders, and so I would agree with you, Angela. But beyond, on top of what you said, I would also say they're the ones who know the data best and know what the data are saying. And for me, another really important thing is what the data are not saying. And so, if a data set is silent on a subject, what does that imply? Does that mean it didn't happen or just wasn't recorded? And really having all those points of view at the table, I think strengthens the quality of the evidence and the quality of the decision making that you can make from it.
Jeremy, when you say what you don't see, can you distinguish between whether it happened and it just wasn't recorded there, or recorded elsewhere, or it didn't happen? I wasn't sure where you were going with that.
Well, I mean, I think you have to think about, what was the purpose of recording the data set? If going back to the point Dick made, think about what is the data generation process. If you're looking at an electronic medical record and something isn't recorded, well, maybe it just didn't rise to the level of the recording clinician. If you're looking at an insurance claim and it's not recorded, then it probably didn't happen because somebody probably wanted to get reimbursed for that. So again, it's sort of thinking back to what is that process that led to the data, and what does it mean for something to be in the data set and not be in the data set. And I think we sort of focus on the specificity part of it, of what am I seeing, but also important to consider the sensitivity part of it, which is what makes it into this data set versus what doesn't. And by the way, that's one point in time, but it's also longitudinally as well. What fraction of a patient's experience am I seeing in a data set? And kind of nobody knows these kinds of things better than the data generators themselves.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jeremy. And I think a few participants in the Q&A raised that question, or at least alluded to that very topic, whereas health systems naturally or inevitably will collect and record real world data in various ways, and also depending on what EHR system they've chosen to use to do that would vary as well, and each system has its own features and capabilities and so forth. So there's variation there. But really, as you just mentioned, how are they being the clinicians at the point of care incentivized to collect certain data elements or certain outcome measures, and how might incentives drive the quality at which that data, the quality and quantity at which that data is collected? So, and also to that point, when providers are able to collect better quality real world data than the researchers or quality analysts who access that data to draw assumptions, they have better quality data as a result. So then thinking about that entire life cycle of, at the point of data entry and the point of data use and extrapolation, how should we think about incentives? And this will just be my final question for this session. How should we think about incentives around driving real world data quality?
Carefully.
Yeah.
Well, again, I think we all respond to incentives that affect us personally. And so if it's not being paid for collecting data, it's maybe, which is very effective, it may be understanding how that data will be then useful to us. And that's where it's really important to feed back data, directly to the patients, even in the recruitment, tell them how they benefit from seeing their data. For the physicians, this is all a big ecosystem of data, right? It's not just for regulatory use. So I think part of making that ecosystem work is feeding back data, setting up the system so that the data are fed back to the physicians, clinicians themselves, so they realize, hey, I'm going to use this data, it better be good data, and it'll be affected if it's not. So I think everybody has to understand that the quality of the data affects how they're going to behave subsequently.
Okay, I think you're right on target with that comment, Dick, and it's worth thinking about, because a lot of times Rachel's incentives don't get back to the doc. They'll go to the health system or somebody else, so it doesn't make a difference. But information does make a difference. I remember years ago work on Get With the Guidelines in cardiology, and getting back in reporting to the docs how often they collected the appropriate measures. Quarter after quarter after quarter, we saw improvement over years. So it wasn't just that you put out an educational program and, oh, everybody follows along, or set out your guidance. I think they need that reinforcement with something that's valuable to them. And, again, I think that the industry, and I'm speaking broadly of us, have been kind of superficial about how we do that. And it takes more work, but it makes a huge difference to give meaningful information back, digested information.
I think Nancy's point about natural incentives is really important. It has to be something that's like naturally beneficial to the person who's generating that data, because if it's not naturally beneficial, then you're going to get sort of an artificial focus on one specific piece of information. So, if it's cardiology and you're sort of incentivized towards recording cardiology, are you seeing neurology or, whatever the alternative would be? And so things that give sort of natural benefit back to the data creator, I think, are the best kinds of incentives. Now, what those are, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, thank you all so much. That actually wraps up our session 1. Now we'll go ahead and put up our slide to indicate that we will now take a break. We will see everyone back here at 2:10 p.m. Eastern Standard, when at that time we'll start session 2. So thank you all again. We are ready to dive right back into today's content. Next up is session 2, Reimagining Evidence Generation, Opportunities for Developing Shared Evidence and Point of Care Trials. So in this session, we will provide an overview of the Real World Evidence Collaborative's latest white papers here at the center that reimagine how real world evidence can be generated across the health system to inform a wide range of evidentiary needs across several stakeholders. The white papers center on emerging opportunities really to generate shared evidence needs for different stakeholders, as I mentioned, and highlighting and also highlights a particular approach for developing real world evidence as a part of what are called point of care trials. We're really happy to announce that our latest white paper on point of care trials was actually published yesterday. It can be found on the Duke-Margolis website. We'll also drop a link to the paper in the chat for everyone's reference and quick finding. And the other paper focused on shared evidentiary opportunities between regulators and payers, especially. That paper will be available in the coming weeks. So please look out for that paper, stay tuned. And also have a look at our point of care trials white paper that was released just yesterday, as we'll be talking quite a bit over the next 10 minutes about both of those papers. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and provide everyone with key insights from these 2 latest and forthcoming white papers that are products of our Real World Evidence Collaborative's efforts, as well as our own in partnership. So next slide. So this, again, this next 10 minutes will be an overview of both of these papers. Here are their titles specifically. We'll go ahead and move to the next slide. All right, so we'll go ahead and start with talking a little bit about some of our key takeaways and findings from our point of care trials white paper entitled what you see here, Point of Care Clinical Trials Integrating Research and Care Delivery. Next slide. So one very foremost thing that we did to kick off really this point of care trials effort in white paper is a landscape literature review. And we've got some key initial findings here from that. So what we learned, especially at the very top, is that point of care trials are not consistently defined in the literature. However, often recognized key components to point of care trials that have been identified in the literature are clinical trials conducted at the point of care through the integration of electronic healthcare records. And then also the trials are conducted in usual care settings or conditions. And additional often used components include randomization at the healthcare encounter, elimination of research-only visits, which you typically see in traditional randomized controlled trials, and also the utilization of Bayesian adaptive methods. So a particular statistical method is often present in point of care trials versus others. Also, point of care trials have already been conducted in some cases reported in the literature to provide some insight for us around the successes and challenges to the model. So key exemplar trials that we highlight, which you'll see in the white paper in the landscape literature review section of the paper, are the VA insulin study, the RetroPro study, E-lung study, MOMS trial, and also infants studies. The clinicians across each of these studies noted that there are regulatory and also technical challenges that that really obstructed various activities within the trial, and really overall what we can see as potential hindrances or barriers that we need to overcome to scale the point of care trial approach. And overall, the clinicians who engaged in the trials or who performed the trials were supportive of the model nonetheless, despite these challenges, and see point of care trials as an important step toward establishing what we envision as a learning healthcare system. Next slide. Now, I want to highlight what a point of care trial is and what it is not. So it is not a type of trial design. Rather, it's an operational approach to integrating clinical research into routine healthcare delivery, as I alluded to in my previous slide. The point of care approach can be used to support different types of trials, including pragmatic and explanatory trial methodologies. So that's something of interest there, especially given things that we've learned so far about emulation studies conducted using real-world data like the duplicate trials. And also, the point of care approach focuses on enhancing clinical trial operations, such as patient screening, consent, randomization, data collection, and so forth, and their incorporation into routine care that can be applied to various trial methodologies. Now, the fundamental components to point of care trials are, again, EHR integration to facilitate multiple aspects of the trial, such as enrollment, randomization, and data collection. The trial is completed at the point of care under standard of care, usual care conditions. And also what was the most unique aspect of point of care trials is that they integrate research into clinical workflows so as to not be disruptive or to be minimally disruptive to the standard or standard process of care. Next slide. Now here's a flow diagram to help audiences understand when the point of care approach is most appropriate. So I won't go into too much detail here, as everyone can certainly have a look at this diagram. And this is also something that's discussed in the white paper, but there are 6 major considerations that we've identified to determine whether or not the point of care trial approach is most appropriate to your research question or to any research question that's relevant, clinically relevant, and also consequential for patients undergoing treatment with certain therapies. So, for example, what types of interventions and therapeutic areas might be well suited for trial conduct in routine clinical care settings? So realizing that there are some interventions that are best suited for randomized control trials, there may be certain research questions that involve the use of certain interventions and therapeutics that could be answerable in a usual clinical care setting. So it is precisely those instances where the point of care trial approach might be most appropriate. And then also number 5, for example, are systems in place to extract the real world data reliably? So realizing that health systems might vary in terms of their real world data infrastructure and capabilities, what systems are in place or should be in place in order to ensure routine data collection, routine data quality, and also quality control to ensure that the data is relevant, reliable, and consistent. I'll go ahead and move to the next slide. Now, here are some next steps to improving the point of care trial approach. So everything that we've considered around, what are core features of point of care trials? When are they best implemented? Now, what are strategies to improve or scale the point of care trial approach? Here are some recommendations that we have here, and we do provide these recommendations in the paper as well, as I stated. But supplementing EHR data with other sources like patient-reported outcomes data or wearables data, that could certainly augment or gratefully inform point of care trials conducted in usual care settings. Also using data surveillance systems and establishing a minimum set of common data elements that would certainly help facilitate the conduct of point of care trials. There are other solutions listed here. Again, I won't go into too much detail, as you can see them all here, but here are some solutions for not just improving, but also scaling the point of care trial approach. We really need key investments in reusable trial infrastructure. So really taking infrastructure that we have today, reusing it or retailoring it to best suit point of care trial conduct would be an optimal or even reasonable step moving forward to scale point of care trial approach. Also, as we mentioned in our first session today, aligning incentives to support trial networks that have an interest in monitoring long-term patient outcomes. So incentives are very important for data collection and also the quality and quantity at which data collection would occur. Creating an engagement framework to build capacity to conduct future point of care trial and research would be most helpful, given that one does not exist as of yet beyond what we've already presented in the white paper. And then also create a national point of care trials network or hub to establish standards for data collection tools and supports. Last two are develop ongoing partnerships between sponsors, clinicians, and patients and other stakeholders to make the scaled approach possible. And lastly, foster a culture of patient engagement and trust. So trust and transparency was a thing that we've already discussed and identified as important among stakeholders today. So we'll go ahead and accentuate or augment that idea here as well, because that is something that we certainly found to be necessary to scale the point of care trial approach. Next slide. Next, we'll dive into some preliminary insights, or I would say some top of mind insights that we can share with you all from our upcoming shared evidentiary needs white paper. The title of the paper is what you see here, aligning to address shared evidentiary needs among payers and regulators. Next slide. So generally, data requirements for stakeholders is largely dependent, as we've already discussed today, on how they use the data. This often results in parallel data collection efforts at the provider level that are less than ideal in many cases. So efforts to generate evidence across stakeholders, they should be aligned. They're often misaligned, which can result in duplicative efforts and increased administrative burden for providers. It's something that many stakeholders have shared with us to date. And also there's a significant overlap in actual data points being collected. And lastly, there's an opportunity to develop a common protocol or data set across disease spaces or use cases that have similar evidentiary characteristics that address multiple stakeholders' data requirements. So focusing on where the shared evidentiary opportunities lie, here are some key considerations. Next slide. So why is evidence alignment important? I think many of us here today know why it is important indeed. Data generated for FDA approval may not be sufficient to inform payer coverage decisions or even clinical decision-making. So alignment around evidentiary standards and requirements would be helpful in that regard. And there are areas in which we can start. The long-term safety and effectiveness and durability of treatment effects for newly approved therapies, as we've also mentioned today, are often unknown at the time of market approval or FDA approval. So again, aligning evidentiary standards and needs would be helpful, especially in these instances. And consequently, payers may not have sufficient evidence to determine, or at least beyond clinical trial data, to determine whether a technology or a product or treatment is appropriate for some or certain segments or subpopulations of individuals. And so in addition to that, providers may also lack sufficient evidence to understand how or whether they should implement these new therapies into their own practices. And so there are implementation considerations there as well. So shared evidentiary opportunities are important, specifically in these instances or in this regard. And so I want to highlight here in a statement, systematic combinations of real-world data with clinical trial data for novel or newly approved therapies will produce real-world evidence that is insightful to payers, regulators, and other key stakeholders, including clinicians. Next slide. So here are key themes and considerations from this upcoming white paper. Post-regulatory approval evidence generation to inform payer and regulatory decision-making. That's a solid theme, as we've already stated. Data system interoperability to facilitate the use, sharing, and exchange of real-world data across multiple systems is a key theme to consider. We've talked a lot about data linkage, database linkage to maximize data analysis capabilities, and then also standardized endpoints and outcome measures to evaluate real-world effectiveness. So thinking beyond what is acceptable specifically to demonstrate safety and efficacy in clinical trials, moving beyond that to create standardized endpoints and outcome measures that understand how or what value therapies bring into the real world, including their effectiveness. That would be certainly a shared evidentiary opportunity across all system stakeholders. Next slide. All right. I think actually that's our next slide is just simply to move us into the next portion of this event, which is our discussion panel. So we'll go ahead and begin. We would like to invite our panelists. If you can come on video, we have Mark Berger, semi-retired part-time consultant and scientific advisor and ISPOR member. Gracie Lieberman, retired biostatistician and formerly at Genentech. Also, Sally Okun, executive director of the Clinical Trials Transformation Initiative. We're going to go ahead and start this session like we did the last with some brief opening remarks. So that being said, we'll go ahead and start with Mark. Mark, go right ahead.
Thanks, Nicole, and thanks to Duke-Margolis for inviting me. And I must say it's been a real pleasure to be part of the RWD Collaborative. I think the work that's being done in the collaborative is just spectacular. With respect to today's topic, both white papers are part, I believe, of a larger ambition to create a learning healthcare system. Not all of us will agree exactly what we mean by a learning healthcare system, but we can put that aside for the discussion. And both deal with overlapping issues regarding creation of a reliable real-world data infrastructure, which is seen as foundational for having a learning healthcare system. But stepping back, even though this is an operational approach, it really is the point of care clinical trials is really a descendant of Peto's large simple trials or Sean Tennis's pragmatic clinical trials, an attempt to integrate research into the process of care with the goals of improving feasibility, reducing costs, and increasing generalizability, expanding the pool of patients and trial sites. And this has always been looked at as some sort of hybrid kind of study, somewhere between a standard RCT and an observational real-world study. Now, as been noted, point of care trials have not proven to, as of yet, that they can reliably deliver efficiency gains with respect to cost and time. They have not saved money. In the cases we talked about in the workshop, it was only when infrastructure was established and then could be reused over many years did they see that the cost per study would go down. So it's not going to be an immediate solution, but we can think about how, if we can build these networks, that over time, they could provide a way to make clinical trials more efficient. Now, there are challenges, and I'm not going to go into the technical challenges or the legal or regulatory challenges. That's been well discussed, and we can go, and others will probably raise it in more detail. I do want to focus on the non-alignment of incentives. And if these are not paid attention to, you will not see success and uptake of point of care trials. First is clinicians' burden. Physicians don't have a lot of spare time. And so asking them to spend time to enter additional data that is required for a clinical trial is not the top of their priority list. Now, we could provide them with compensation for it, and certainly compensation would increase their willingness to participate. But really what you need to do is carve out time in the clinician's day so that entry of data is part and parcel of their normal responsibilities and not something that's over and above what they're doing. Aside from the clinician burden, the healthcare system is not prepared to take this on. It lacks a capacity and a will to do it. We also heard in one of the workshops that one healthcare system that was doing a point of care clinical trial, it took them a long time to get it started. And it was all they could do to manage that one point of care clinical trial. And they were not going to be willing to take on others. So what would make it more interesting to them, and why did they take on this one clinical trial? It was because it was asking a question that that clinical system wanted to know the answer to. If it's asking a general clinical question that may be of importance to the American public, but it's not on point to what a healthcare system is doing, they're not going to be interested in doing it. So how do we change the incentives within healthcare systems so that they will have the capacity? Because there are many people who can say no to a clinical trial within a healthcare system that you all have to get lined up. And then there's the culture. And one of the things that did not get talked about in the opening remarks was that many patients will still be reluctant to participate in a blinded randomized study. So if you're going to need to do blinding, you're going to have to find ways to get a larger subset of patients who are willing to participate in clinical trials to participate in point of care trials. Now, it's being done with their local caregiver, so that might help. But in truth, we need to have a revision of the social contract that where citizens and patients who get benefits from the healthcare system recognize that it's also their duty to participate in clinical trials. And until we do that, we're not going to get a broad increase in patient participation. And then lastly, sponsors. In the absence of a proven record that you can save money and increase efficiency, there's little upside and more risk for a sponsor to do a point of care trial than doing just an old-fashioned phase 4 clinical trial. So those are 4 major unaligned incentives that need to be addressed regardless of technical, legal, and regulatory considerations. Overall, I am very much a proponent of this, and I think it's a worthy path to pursue, but I think it's going to be more important in the near term for solutions that are found around separate challenges that will lead to the creation of a learning healthcare system, rather than it's going to get to a widespread adoption of point of care trials as an important way of generating real world evidence. Moving on to shared evidence needs for payers and regulators. This also has need for investment in HIT infrastructure. There are technical considerations around interoperability, standards for EHRs. There are legal considerations, and it's talked about reconsidering the bans on unique patient identifiers. We heard a lot of talk about tokenization in the last panel. Unique patient identifiers avoids those kinds of issues. And a cultural challenge in terms of enhancing the idea that public-private partnerships are a good thing and they're not undermining the public good. Now, the need for additional funding for these initiatives is becoming even more present because of the move to approve products through the accelerated approval process at the FDA. And so I'm going to turn to a specific case which was not discussed, but I think illustrates what the problem is. Aducanumab, it was approved through the current mechanism of accelerated approval, and phase 4 RCT requirements were stipulated, but they will not provide additional insight as quickly as desired by the clinical community or by patients. One thing that was not done, which is missing from the way of aligning the needs of the payer and the regulatory, is that there should have been the establishment of a nationwide Alzheimer's registry at the time of the approval. Now, there is no mechanism to mandate the creation of an Alzheimer's registry. Perhaps this would require authorization for CMS to be able to demand and or fund such registries going forward. But if we're going to have accelerated approval, we should be systematically collecting all the data on the use of the product and in those diseases where there are not good treatments in order for us to learn most rapidly about what works for who and when. Now, you just heard about, have been 2 articles just published this last week in NEJM. And in the other perspective that was written by Kadakia and Krunholz, they advocated for a joint advice mechanism for the FDA and CMS on phase 3 design. This is similar to the joint advice that's been going on in Europe now for the last 5 to 10 years. And they also suggest there is a need for a reappraisal of the evidentiary standards for expedited review and approval, and that should be built into Cures 2.0. I think these are both reasonable suggestions. The fact is CMS and FDA could talk to each other before an approval and make sure that they're not going to have disconnections like they have with aducanumab.
Yeah.
And moreover, I think the real question with aducanumab is, has the, I'm having a middle-aged moment, the amyloid hypothesis.
Actually, Mark, I hate to cut in, but we do have to move to the.
Let me just finish my one sentence here.
Sure,
Has the
go right
amyloid
ahead.
hypothesis been proven? And I think honest people can disagree about whether the evidence that has been made available has proven that hypothesis. I'll stop there.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. Definitely want you to complete your thought. Just wanted to flag that we've got a limited amount of time and lots to discuss. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Gracie. Go right ahead, Gracie.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here. And I'll try to keep my points really short, especially Mark already covered a little bit of the incentives. So one thing I'll follow up on the social contract with patients and, ideas of really, how do you do this? Because if you do it at a high level, you're going to engage only the patients that are already engaged. So it seems it pushes down back again onto the physician. It pushes back down onto the healthcare systems and what role they can take to really start engaging patients and being really inclusive on everybody, inclusive as far as the patients in the trials and convincing patients and talking to them about it, which again goes back to the resources and time that they need. And is it really about the time physicians need to enter data, or really the resources and support they need and the technology that needs to be there that help the data be integrated in a more seamless ways? Because we can't be overburdening them. So that's sort of one point of how do we, that's a challenge. And I think that has to be addressed, and you can't answer it all at once. So maybe, again, doing pilots, maybe bringing rare diseases and trying to bring the model like this and seeing how can you do studies, point of care studies within few centers and integrate that for a rare disease. So maybe it's a rare disease community that sponsors it from a organizational part, but then there's money. Is it public partnership, like Mark said, that funds it and helps move it forward so that we all learn from it? How can you do it? Maybe there's a group of sponsors, industry sponsors that are interested in the same disease. Again, think of it as a pre-competitive space that we're trying to build something together. And maybe it is also insurance working together with these centers. And then also, what is going to be the role of the data providers? Because all of a sudden, they're not just pulling aggregating data, but maybe they could be the ones that are helping to work with the centers to put in the randomization, to gather the data. How can they shift their roles? And is it possible? So experiment in some rare diseases would be my recommendation.
Interesting. Thank you, Gracie. I'll go ahead and turn it to Sally. Go right ahead.
Hi, well, thank you so much. Thanks for having me today to participate in this discussion and to do this along with Mark and Gracie. At the Clinical Trials Transformation Initiative, our work related to the topics discussed in the white papers are very much aligned, specifically through our project on trials in healthcare settings. The city project team facilitated the first of 2 multi-stakeholder expert meetings just yesterday, as a matter of fact, to review and refine the draft recommendations and the operational considerations coming out of that work. Our next steps there are to finalize those recommendations and work towards developing action-oriented strategies for implementation of them and of the tools that come from it. So these topics will be further developed at the second expert meeting, which is planned for September. So stay tuned for that, but I think we'll find ourselves very well aligned with some of the conversation that's been had today. But let me shift my gears just a bit. I think a key area of vulnerability we've already heard about for successfully advancing point of care trials and the evidence sharing is the diversity of the care environments and the populations within which these trials may be conducted. As Rachel pointed out at the introduction of this session, point of care trials are an operational approach. They're not a trial design. Yet, the operational methods, processes, and infrastructure needed to conduct these trials is still evolving, and there's little data available to support the decision-making process for selecting the methods to actually do the trials. So we need methods that evaluate what works and what doesn't in the design and conduct of what would be considered an efficient point of care trial, especially if we seek to develop reusable trial infrastructure. We can't do that without having a mechanism of being able to monitor and evaluate these over time. So unless we monitor and evaluate operational processes, how will we know which practices actually improve trial feasibility and efficiency? And how are we defining efficiency? Is it the efficiency of being able to do recruitment or consenting, or the cost? What combination of real world data actually demonstrates improvement in evidence generation? It may not be the same for the various kinds of research questions that need to get answered. What strategies for patient and participant recruitment increase the number of patients and the sites that actually engage in the research? And as we pointed out in the previous session, and I think was also raised just now, what incentives are most effective for engaging sites and clinicians? Is it about getting meaningful information back, as we discussed in the previous panel? Well, if it is, what does that information need to look like? How does it need to get delivered? Again, all operational processes that we can begin to learn more about as we start to conduct these trials, if we're monitoring and evaluating those activities throughout the course of the work. So I would like us to think about prioritizing how we can create a continuous learning environment for sharing operational best practices that actually demonstrate and collect evidence for achieving the potentials of point of care trials. So for example, if we can identify specific metrics to systematically monitor and evaluate related to selected operational practices, recruitment, consent, whatever we decide those might be, to actually generate the evidence from which we can learn, and then ultimately share accountability for the dissemination of that good practice. So in summary, I'll end by saying shared learning and adoption of these best practices will really help advance point of care trial designs. They will help us achieve the potential that's being put out there as being the promise of these types of trials. And ultimately, I think they will really help us better understand whether or not we can increase widespread participation in research by socializing and normalizing that and enculturating it into the environments within which we're going to be trying to execute these particular types of trials. So I'll leave it there and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Wonderful thoughts. I'm really excited to now dive into our discussion as a group. So, we've talked a lot about, and me included, we've talked a lot about some of the, I guess, what we can consider the macro, the meso, and the micro level considerations or barriers to creating a learning healthcare system through shared evidence or shared evidentiary goals, point of care trials. I want to ask each of you, what do you, based on your experience and what you've learned in your practice as professionals, what is a key barrier to shared evidentiary goals or meeting those shared evidentiary goals, or even as in addition to that, point of care trials? What is the biggest barrier that you've come across, or that maybe you can think of to reaching those goals?
So I can expand on my previous comments and say infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. I truly believe that without really thinking through the operational challenges of conducting these trials in various kinds of locations and the diversity of settings that we're going to find them in, unless we start to really consider what the infrastructure is going to need to support those. And truly, I don't expect that has to happen in a way that it is applicable across the entire universe of conducting point of care trials, but we do have to find some ways of being able to understand what is the infrastructure that will support the kinds of trials that we need to have in place in order to answer these critical questions. And that may be different in different parts of the system, depending on the environment within which we're going to conduct those. So for me, that's probably the biggest one.
For sure.
I could add to Sally also, if it was done from a sponsor side, really understanding the regulatory expectations. Is every physician an investigator, and what information has to be collected on them? So really understanding the regulatory setup of the studies, especially if it is to answer some regulatory questions for a sponsor.
And I'll just jump onto that. Good clinical practices require an investigator to go through multiple steps before they can participate in a clinical trial. There's no absolute regulation, I don't think, that says that the frontline clinician has to be the investigator. And if you remove that burden from them, more clinicians might be willing to participate in clinical trials. And beyond that, I do think the idea of having shared advice from payers and regulators, the way you do get that in Europe, has been very, very helpful. And I think the suggestion to do that here in the US would also be helpful.
Great points. Thank you all so much. Now I want to ask another question that dovetails a bit on what you all have already said regarding culture, infrastructure, really, et cetera. So, thinking about the technical, regulatory, and again, the cultural considerations, what's your advice in trying to navigate these sort of challenges or considerations? I think when you were giving your 5-minute discussion, Mark, you started talking a bit about culture, like how we treat and approve new drugs in the market here in the US. You mentioned Aduhelm, and then you also mentioned a study abroad. Someone actually in the audience asked you to post references from papers that you were discussing. What more can we say about that? Because I think as we think about real world data infrastructure to support point of care trials, meet evidentiary goals among stakeholders, as we think about that here in the United States and then even abroad around harmonization efforts, what should we think about there in order to impact change?
Well, I think that the public has two conflicting desires, and they're not aware of it. One is they want to speed new treatments to availability. And the other is they want to know that exactly how this is going, how good is this new treatment, who's it going to work in and who's it not going to work in. And those are conflicting priorities. And I think the FDA has been caught in the crosshairs of those conflicting priorities. And the accelerated approval process was a attempt to try and thread the needle. And what we've learned is that may need some readjustment over time. That's as close as I'm not going to comment on Aduhelm specifically. I'm not an expert in Aduhelm.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Mark.
So I might add the other area, I think that when we start to think about culture, having been in my former life a community-based provider, I often thought about, every time I crossed a threshold going into someone's home, I crossed a threshold into their culture. And I needed to think about what that meant, not only to me, but to them. And so I think successfully crossing the threshold into novel care environments, whether it be an inpatient unit or a community health center, or even in the home, because much of what we're trying to do today is driving a lot of things we do at home, is going to require earning trust at multiple levels, and really ensuring that we not only are thinking about a sort of evolving social contract, but in some ways earning social license to be there, to really have the credibility and the accountability and the transparency that's going to be absolutely essential for people to feel like they want to engage and trust, have a sense of trustworthiness of the kinds of things that we would like to be doing in an environment that they might call theirs, right? So when you bring in research into an environment where care is being delivered, it's a very different dynamic. And I think it's going to require us a lot of sensitivity, a lot of trust building, and a lot of opportunities to better understand each other's environments.
Yeah, and just to add to Sally's, I mean, how do you do it? And that goes back to my introductory points of that you almost have to work and push it down into the healthcare system and the physicians that interact with the patients, because public, it's a big world, but there's a lot of different layers under it, a lot of opinions and thoughts, just like, or expectations, like Mark said, and it has to go down to people that interact with the individuals. And so first, it's like almost changing the mindset, the culture of those that interact with the patients and how they can message what needs to be messaged and communicate with patients individually in the right way.
I mean, you have to ask, what is the cause of mistrust?
Yeah.
And the cause of mistrust is that data sometimes gets misused for purposes other than just trying to improve healthcare. So I don't think individuals want the government to be using this data for other purposes, and they don't want commercial entities using it for advertising purposes. So how do you put a ring fence around this and convince the public that if it's only going to be used to improve healthcare? When you can convince people and you do surveys about that, and they believe it's only going to be improve healthcare delivery, the vast majority of people think, use my data, absolutely.
Right. And one way is to also that the healthcares or the physicians can actually show how it helps them make the decision for any individual patients. How I use this data from these 20 centers that we just integrated, and how it helps me tell you what is the best treatment for you, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So, Gracie, speaking of something that you mentioned in your discussion about maybe engaging rare disease patients as a starting point in point of care trials or for meeting shared evidentiary goals and needs. Someone in the audience actually asked a great question about Janssen's published Prevent HD or health disease study. It's a shining example of a point of care pragmatic real world data and evidence program. So with many healthcare systems and patients engaged in that, can you maybe highlight, or I welcome anyone on the panel, if you can talk a little bit about what might the value be in engaging integrated delivery networks, to participate in these programs, maybe in addition to rare disease patient populations and networks. Integrated delivery networks might also be a starting point, some might argue. So what are your thoughts there? And where are other opportunities maybe, in your opinion?
I thought of the rare diseases because very often these populations are already more organized, right? There's already some sharing of information, sometimes indirectly, sometimes through the patient's networks individually. So you said other healthcare delivery services. I almost feel like, and sometimes you also have specialized centers that treat these patients, right? So integrating those two and working together, that's why for me, it was about the rare diseases. And then as you learn from it, you say, how do you scale it up to more common diseases? That's.
I would just also add, some of these more integrated delivery networks or integrated systems have a lot of the elements already of a learning health system in their infrastructure. So they may not be in a learning health system. They may not have gone to that point to really demonstrate that, but with the elements of that in place, the ability to be able to harness and take advantage of that kind of infrastructure would really be an opportunity not to miss, frankly. And so I think where we can find systems and sites that already have some mechanisms in place for that continuous and shared learning and the ability to be able to understand what's been done in the past that actually has worked well, and continue with that, and what hasn't worked well and not continue with that, or do an evaluation of why and understand and then make the improvement needed. So I think that's the sort of thing that you could benefit a lot from integrating some of the point of care trial design and operational functions into a system that's already got some of that in place.
Yeah.
As we talked about the other day in a separate conversation, going into a closed system like Kaiser provides an ideal laboratory to look to see what are the obstacles for doing point of care trials or building a learning healthcare system. Because theoretically, most of the technical issues should not be there in terms of interoperability and in terms of incentives. They should be in line, but they aren't. So let's find out what are the problems there, because if you can't solve them within a Kaiser, you're not going to solve it in other healthcare systems.
Yeah, interesting points. And I'll go ahead and wrap up this discussion. We've got a few minutes left before we turn it over to session 3, but I'll ask a closing question, perhaps for all of you. And Sally, this sort of builds on things that you've mentioned in your discussion about metrics that should be in place to measure progress towards fulfilling what we envision the promise of point of care trials. So how do we integrate monitoring and evaluation and metrics that would accompany that into the implementation of these trials over time?
Yeah, I think, we're so early on in this, but I will mention that at Citi, we've recently launched a measurement initiative project to specifically focus on developing metrics of success against our transforming trials vision, of which there's 5 pillars. one pillar of that vision is integrating clinical trials into health processes. So we are very proactively and intentionally looking at ways, how might that play out? What is the essence of doing that? And how do we then begin to measure it? The other is that we're also participating in the coalition Advancing Clinical Trials at Point of Care, ACT POC. And we're hoping to beat the measurement drum with that group and just really drive that home and say, you know, if we're going to be designing trials within these clinical environments, let's build into the design some of that metric development early on so we can start to monitor and evaluate how things are going and what's working and what's not.
Yeah, thanks, Sally. Any additional thoughts, Mark or Gracie, around that question about, you know, metrics that we can consider or should consider?
I think the work that Sally and CTTI are doing is just critical. And one of the critical audiences here are sponsors. If you want this to become a routine thing that is done by drug developers or biological developers as part and parcel of how they do drug development and commercialization, then you have to prove to them that this works and it has advantages over the current system and the current model.
Yeah, you know, when you think of metrics eventually, one could think of how many patients are actually participating in these studies, and also how do the medical centers and physicians use data from these studies for decision making. But first you have to have the infrastructure and it running, but eventually that would be one of the metrics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, thank you all. You know, I think that all of that being said, great discussion, lots of things to think about, lots of points that you all raised that certainly we can take back here at the center and think more about. The audience members can think more about as well. Thank you all again for your participation in this session. We're going to go ahead and close out and begin to move into our next session, session 3. Session 3, we will focus on what's next for the uses of real-world evidence. You know, again, moving into session 3, it's actually going to be divided into 2 parts. We've got part A and part B, where first we're going to explore the landscape of legislative and policy developments to advance the use of real-world evidence, and also look at emerging strategies that are taking shape to support this vision, and the vision generally being laid out to scale these efforts. And then second, we're going to, in the second half of session 3, we're going to build in a discussion around, you know, tying together the issues that we've addressed and talked about throughout today's session and multiple sessions so far, to inform what the use of real-world evidence might look like moving forward. So that being said, we're going to go ahead and turn it over to my good colleague, Dr. Duray Kim, who's the Assistant Research Director here at the Duke-Margolis Center for Health Policy. He's going to lead off the panel with a presentation on draft legislative proposals and real-world evidence commitments that will provide some really important context around the active policy developments happening in the real-world data and evidence space. So following that discussion, we won't focus specifically on any of these provisions, but just keep in mind that it will provide us with an overview with general context as we discuss where real-world evidence can go from here. So I'll go ahead without further ado, turn it over to my colleague, Duray Kim. Take it over from here. Go right ahead.
Thanks, Rachel. I'm delighted to give this overview of the draft legislative proposals and policy commitments relating to RWE, as this is going to be an exciting time for RWE. Next slide. There are multiple legislative and policy advancement efforts going on right now in respect to RWE. We'll first start out with a commitment letter, which has a host of reform that will impact how RWE is utilized. Then we'll touch on the food and drug amendments that's currently in the markup stage. And lastly, Cures 2.0 and the Prevent Pandemic Act Both have some provisions that are notable in respect to RWE worth mentioning. Next slide. So Dr. Corrigan Curry spoke briefly about these in the opening, but I'll try not to dwell so much on them here, but rather hope that this can put some of the RWE advancement in perspective. So PDUFA was first passed in '92, allows FDA to collect user fees from companies to it was initially set out to enhance review staffing for more timely review periods. It's been reauthorized 5 times since, with each having additional enhancements to FDA's review capability. The final performance goal letter was transmitted to Congress in January of this year, and now the User Fee Act is in the markup stage, as I just mentioned. There are 4 areas that have some bearing on RWE from the commitment letter. First is the Advancing RWE program, intended to improve the quality and acceptability of RWE-based approaches in regulatory decisions, new labeling claims, or to satisfy post-approval study requirements. More specifically, the program intends to develop agency processes for more consistency when RWE is used in decision-making, and to build case examples for the promotion of RWE submissions. There will be a call for RWE study proposals that may be used in regulatory submissions, evaluated on features and quality of RWE, fit for data, study design, and I guess innovative potential, diversity of diseases, data sources, regulatory indications, and so forth. Second RWE focus area in the commitment letter is the promotion of consistent decision-making from RWE submission. We can expect a report annually or more frequently on the characteristics of submissions with RWE from CDER and CBER, describing application types, data sources, methods used, regulatory purpose, presumably not too dissimilar to the examples of real-world evidence used in medical device regulatory decisions released by CDRH in spring of 2021. For greater promotion of RWE-based submissions, there will be a public workshop to showcase case examples that can potentially meet regulatory requirements in support of labeling for effectiveness. Next slide. The third focal area in respect to RWE and the commitment letter is the optimization of Sentinel initiative using RWE. By continuing to build the Sentinel initiative capabilities through sharing best practices and conducting Sentinel queries along with study results, parameters, and analysis codes publicly, and also sharing the use of Sentinel for regulatory purposes. Sentinel will continue to be integrated into FDA drug safety activities through its Sentinel training program, which supports the training of review staff on Sentinel. For greater Sentinel use, there will be enhancements in analytic capabilities to advance the understanding of how RWE can be used to study safety and effectiveness. Specifically, there will be more detail or clarification in the optimal data sources, study design, and outcomes for studies on pregnancies in women as a post-market requirement and commitments during NDA BLA reviews. Additionally, methods will be developed in the use of negative control to assess the validity of non-interventional studies of treatment leveraging the Sentinel system. Other RWE implications that's a bit of a catch-all here include the following. We can expect a public meeting on patient-focused drug development to understand patient perspectives on gene therapy products. This meeting will cover tools and methods in capturing patient experience data, which no doubt will have some overlaps in RWD and translating that into evidence. And by end of 2025, the industry guidance on expedited programs for regenerative medicine therapies for serious conditions will be updated to include potential for RWE to confirm clinical benefit, safety monitoring, and long-term follow-up. And lastly, digital health technology can help collect patient-generated data and holds great potential. So new guidance on how to capture, collect, and incorporate digital health technology-based data that is fit for purpose that may be used in regulatory applications can be expected. Next slide. As I mentioned, the user fee bill is currently in the markup stage, so not the best timing So there will be some changes expected, but as of now, the following are where RWE may be impacted. Section 503 describes a public workshop to solicit input from stakeholders on increasing the enrollment of historically underrepresented population in clinical trials. How, when to collect and present demographic subgroups and disease or condition prevalence data for clinical trials, including with respect to RWE. Next is section 804, which is on more of an oversight of accelerated approval. If a study is required as a condition of approval under this pathway, the sponsor will need to conduct an appropriate post-approval study or multiple studies, which may augment or supported by RWE. The specs of the post-approval study, enrollment targets, study protocol, milestones, target study completion, and even start date is expected to be made available before the approval. By October 2025, we can anticipate a report describing the circumstances in which the secretary considered RWE submitted to support post-approval studies that were completed after the enactment of this bill. And by 2026, we can anticipate up to 3 public workshops on endpoint development for rare diseases, which may include discussions on RWE ND to support validation of efficacy endpoint, including surrogate and intermediate endpoint for rare diseases. The last section is 805, and within it, we can expect revisions or issuance on guidance on considerations for RWD and RWE to support regulatory decision making with respect to drugs, biologics, and devices, addressing standards and methodologies for collection and analysis for RWE, use of data and evidence to support approval of product applications, and use of data evidence obtained from product authorized for emergency use. This will be coming back in the Prevent Act later. So within 2 years after the termination of COVID-19 public health emergency determination by the Secretary of HHS, whenever that may be, Congress will be reported on the number of applications submitted for clearance under 505, 510K, or 515, and whether RWE was submitted and used to support a regulatory decision, further detailing why the RWE submitted was unable to be used in the regulatory determination. There was some talk yesterday about the use of patient experience and how that may influence drug reviews and how that may be reported. But again, the changes will be ongoing with the user fee bill and hopefully done with before the August recess. Next slide. So introduced in the House this past November, this is the second iteration of the 21st Century Cure Act, which was originally passed in 2016. This current bill covers provisions to increase patient access to novel therapeutics and telehealth services and enhance medical research and innovation, likely from the development of ARPA. There are a few provisions relating to RWE. Section 302 describes prioritizing grants for novel trial designs and development that incorporate digital health technology and RWE. Section 304 is more focused on RWE and increasing its use by 3 different ways. First, by issuing guidance on the use of RWE and evaluating the safety and effectiveness of devices and drugs that are considered a breakthrough therapy, a fast track product, or a product under accelerated approval. Secondly, by identifying ways in which HSS can use RWE, both in the conduct and support of research, but also to make informed healthcare resource and service decisions. These approaches in how to use RWE will be shared publicly and implemented where applicable. Lastly, through the creation of a RWE task force consisting of reps from NIH, FDA, CMS, and other federal agencies, along with private sector and nonprofit, will be tasked with coordinating the various programs and activities in collection and use of RWE across HHS. The last piece is 309, section 309, which is the use of RWE in post-approval study requirements for accelerated approval. Essentially, requiring sponsors to conduct appropriate post-approval studies that may use RWE to verify and describe the predicted effect on the irreversible morbidity and mortality, mortality or other clinical benefit. Next slide. The Prevent Pandemics Act. This was introduced March of this year, bipartisan legislation focused on public health and medical preparedness in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Use of RWE was mentioned in section 505 for FDA to issue or revise guidance on the use of RWD and E to support drug and device applications. There are already RWE related guidances out there, but this is to address products approved under our emergency use authorization to support full approval. Next slide. And in summary, from the highlighted RWE provisions, we can expect enhancement of RWE real-world evidence and data quality and methodology based on the push for more new and updates to guidances, along with greater funding towards RWE-based studies. We can also expect greater RWE submission efficiencies and transparency based on the development of new processes for more consistency and decisions based on RWE, along with reports on case examples and characteristics of regulatory grade RWE. And lastly, there's a promotion of broader utility of RWE in regulatory science and decision making. RWE has held much hope and promise, but it wasn't achievable for a variety of reasons. But based on the most recent provisions, the tide seems to be changing. We're seeing greater utility and recognition in its ability to deliver evidence that's robust and usable in healthcare decision making. So with that, I'll hand it back over to Rachel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DeRay. Excellent overview of various legislative commitments to RWE. I'll go ahead and move to the next slide, where we will now introduce our next panelists who can all come on video. We have Jeffrey Brown, who's the Chief Scientific Officer at TriNetX, Elise Bernliner, who's the Global Senior Principal for Real World Evidence Strategy at Cerner and Visa, Luca Foschini, co-founder and Chief Data Scientist at Evidation. Lastly, Lauren Silvis, who's Senior Vice President of External Affairs at Tempus. Now, what I'm going to do is turn it over to each of our panelists who will have a few minutes to provide a few high-level thoughts to begin our next panel discussion. So that being said, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you, Jeff.
All right, thank you so much. Let me just do a sound check that it's okay. All good?
Loud and clear.
Okay, yes, I didn't see a head check. Great. This has been a great conversation during today. So thanks so much for Duke-Margolis for putting sessions like this on. These are incredibly important. It was fascinating looking through the participant list. I was like, wow, this is really the who's who of the community. So I'm glad to be here. I was asked to give just a couple comments really on infrastructure. So thinking through real world data infrastructure. And as I was thinking about how to do that, infrastructure is really broadly defined. The only way I can think of this, and I guess I've been doing this for more than 20 years, trying to build kind of networks. Infrastructure includes data and the technology and partnerships and actually metadata and research methods and governance, legal, privacy. The infrastructure includes patients, insurers, and health systems. I can't believe I'm using terminology like this, but it's really this incredibly complicated socio-technical system that actually becomes very expensive to make the data readily available for use. Just the way it goes. I used to start all my talks with governance, governance, governance. It's all about the governance. I think it's still the case. I think I'd add aligned incentives, and trust, trust, trust. When I think about infrastructure, it's really not thinking about just data, just analytics. It's how do you create the partnerships to enable use of data? And what it comes down to, it's really enabling use of someone else's data. It's almost always someone else's data that you want to get access to. So how do you do that? The broadest way I like to think about it is people need to be willing, people, participants, institutions, however we want to think about it, need to be willing to support someone else's research, to do someone else's research. It might be altruism, maybe it's just being nice, but in the end, you have to be willing to be partnering with someone else and to help them do their research to improve public health. When it's data sharing, it works well when incentives are aligned, does not work well when incentives are misaligned. I think Mark was talking about that in terms of the point of care studies. It's the same here. There's plenty of examples of collaborative networks where all the incentives really are aligned very well, and the data sharing works. But I've actually seen recently some examples of the opposite, where folks, institutions are creating more barriers to collaboration and more barriers to sharing opportunities. So it's important to think those through. You really need the aligned incentives is the grease that's needed in this space. So maybe a couple kind of thoughts, just kind of rapid fire. I will just give an example. I've been telling this kind of vignette a few times in the last couple of weeks. I'm remembering a Sentinel meeting. It might have been 10 years ago. It was a Duke-Margolis Sentinel meeting where a patient advocate stood up and was really pretty mad that we weren't using her data to learn more to improve her health. And it might have been the next person who stood up that was really pretty mad that we were using their private healthcare data for anything. Why is the government using my data? And our job is to balance those, is how do we balance patient privacy, I would say institutional confidentiality, competitiveness, with the need to improve health, to do research, to generate knowledge. So maybe my last point for now, so we can make sure we have time for discussion, is just this reminder that real world data is not new. This kind of research is not new. We've been doing this for 50 years. I keep showing the same slide of a paper in Science from 1973 that used Medicare Part B data. The terminology is a little bit different, and the technology is different, and we have bigger computers. But we've been doing this for a long time, and I think it's important for us, the community, to be able to educate kind of the newcomers or the decision makers or those who are really pretty skeptical that it's not something new. It's something that we actually know how to do and know how to do well, to start educating those decision makers that you should be and we must be. And actually, we have to be using real world data to generate evidence and improve health. But there's a big part of an educational activity here just about what we know as the community and spreading that. But let me stop there because I know we've got a couple other speakers.
Yes, thank you so much. Great thoughts to kick off this discussion. I'm going to go ahead and turn it now over to Elise. Elise, go right ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for inviting me to this great meeting. It's so fascinating listening to everyone. So I wanted to comment that we at Cerner and Visa are building capacity to create real world evidence from EHR data and work with community health systems and hospitals to build capacity for point of care trials. But what I really wanted to use my few minutes to talk about is that to really maximize the use of EHR data, we have to think about all the pressures on clinicians and how that impacts data quality. So in our world, clinicians are being asked to see more patients with shorter visits. The EHRs were designed for billing and only secondarily for patient care and not at all for research, but they are being asked to use for multiple purposes. And so there's a question of how to make the EHR usable for all these purposes. And I will say that David Feinberg, the CEO of Cerner, has said fixing the EHR is job number one. But I do want to go into some of those issues of what's happening at the health systems and how that impacts data quality. So I wanted to use an example of wound care. When I was at ARC and working with Medicare, wound care came up over and over again. It costs the healthcare lots of money, creates a lot of suffering and pain for patients, and it's really understudied. And a shocking statistic is that after there was a 2-decade decline in lower limb amputations for diabetic patients, now since 2009, the rate of lower limb amputations because of non-healing wounds has been going up. And that's just really shocking, and I would say unacceptable. So what's so hard about wound care, which is emblematic of what's so hard about everything. So like, with wound care, there's a lot of nursing services like cleaning the wound, the dressing, the offloading, all that stuff is hard to document. It's not like ordering a lab test or a medication. There was an article on how better documentation improves patient care, and they had a really funny quote, which isn't really funny. For the busy clinician, notes may be jotted on a piece of paper at bedside and pocketed only to wind up whirlpooling in the spin cycle at the end of the day. And but the article goes on to say, without complete and accurate documentation, providers are susceptible to miscommunication, transcription errors, inappropriate treatments, poor patient care, legal risk, and deficiency in surveys. Individually, these issues are problematic. Collectively, they can impede the delivery of in-person centered care. And I just really can't emphasize this enough. Like, we are all patients, we all want good care, we need to solve this problem. And for wound care in specific, I just also want to give a shout out that next week there's going to be a wound care evidence summit sponsored by the Alliance of Wound Care Stakeholders. And I'm so glad to see that there's attention being placed on this. But the poor documentation happens across the healthcare system. There was a study in JAMA where 23,000 patients reviewed their own notes, and 356 of them found very serious mistakes. So one patient said a wrong body part was mentioned in documentation of referral for physical therapy. One patient told the doctor he had trouble breathing, but it wasn't documented in the EHR notes. One patient never had lung cancer, but the note said he had a history of lung cancer. And 23 had notes that were just simply about the wrong patient. So, we might be comforted that 23 out of 23,000 is a small number, but I would say that at a minimum, we should be able to expect that our health records would have information about us. So what else is happening in the healthcare system? So prior authorization, there was an article in from the AMA that said physicians spend an average of 16 hours per week and staff time of 853 hours per year on documentation, trying to pull the information out of the EHR to submit for prior authorization. And those are the same things that we need for research. They're talking about like what the patient's history is, what the patient's clinical condition is, and what the justification is for that particular drug. And the FDA actually called it out in their RWE guidance, where they said various factors in healthcare systems and insurance programs, such as medication tiering, formulary decisions, and patient coverage, can influence the degree to which patients on a given therapy in one healthcare system might differ in disease severity or other characteristics. So it's like there's this huge amount of time being spent on prior authorization, and it's relevant to what we do, but we're not talking to each other. So quality reporting is another example where there was an article that said the mean per physician cost to practices or participating in MIPS is $12,000. Physicians, clinical staff, and administrative staff together spend 201.7 hours annually per physician on MIPS-related activities. And MIPS is, again, attempting to measure very similar things. And in fact, Medicare is overhauling MIPS right now to try to get more patient-reported outcomes and more meaningful measures. So how can we all work together? Another example is cancer registries, state cancer registries, $233 per case reported. 72% of that is labor, data quality checks, validation, very similar, overlapping, duplicative effort with what researchers are trying to do with EHR data. So I'll just close by saying transformation is underway for all of these things. How can we coordinate? The legislation is looking at RWE for FDA in a vacuum without considering all these other health system functions. We really have to go toward a vision of a learning healthcare system where data is collected once and used for many purposes.
Wonderful thoughts. Thank you so much, Elise. We're going to go ahead and now turn it to Luca.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me. I come from a little bit of a different perspective on the topic. As a co-founder of Evidation, what we do is really think about this kind of missing piece in describing the patient perspective, which we call PGHD, and FDA calls PGHD as well, but their P is patient-generated health data. For us, it's person-generated health data because it describes a person even before and after they become patients. So we help pharma and other research institutions to collect this data that comes from the real world, the real world data, we call it, like jokingly internally. And this could be data that is objectively collected from sensors. It could be all the way to commercial sensor like a Fitbit, but also medical devices that are deployed in real life settings, or it could be symptom tracking that come through an app, or we can also coordinate what we call next best action, which means like standard lab data collection at home, and in coordination with the patient. So if you think about the real world data that we're talking about here, that is data that is being created as a function of contact with the healthcare system, which on average means 20 minutes times 4 times a year in America. Okay, so an hour, 20 minutes of your time in a year on average, of course, average is not descriptive of the details of the distributions here, but that's the amount of time that goes into creating the data that we are looking at to inform our decision making about patients' treatment and decision making around that. And the remaining 24 times 365 hours, that data is not. There's no data that we're looking at that's created in that time. And that's really the data that you are creating in real world. Like your real world is not a hospital, it's not a doctor office, it's what you do outside of the clinic world. So we believe that there is a future where this data really becomes the center of evidence around a person's health that can integrate EHR, that can integrate claims, but that's only just a part of the picture. It's just really about your sick care and not your health care. That has, of course, that needs a lot to happen, right? It doesn't need smartphone to be prevalent anymore. That's already happened. 97% of people in the United States own a smartphone. So now we have the means to have people to go, to their hospital portal, to Smart on Fire, and take the EHR and put them on their phone. But also really needs to create this idea that control should be on the side of the patient. Like people should be in control of their own data. If it magically at some point will happen, then like Jeff was saying early, incentives will be aligned. You don't have to barter anymore between someone that doesn't want to share their data with the government for public health reason and someone that do want to share it with, a pharmaceutical company for some research around a treatment. That's only a problem if you are making that decision on the data set already collected, divorced from the individual that have created it. But if you have a direct connection to those individuals, again, I'm painting like 5 years, 10 years down the road, when everyone will have an app on their phone that is the vault of their health data that includes the EHR, but also includes all the other data that's so important in describing our health on a day-to-day, second-by-second basis, you are at that point able to ask for consent at every point in time to refresh people's mind around what is being shared and for what reason, to have what's called dynamic consent and really truly informed consent. Because the E of informed consent, it means that you know what is being shared and why and for what reason. And we can't really claim that a lot of RWE research this day is done through true informed consent, right? It was more of a blanket consent that some patient gave at some point during their care that said, yes, whatever, every way you want to use it for research in the future, great. But, do they really know what it's being used for? And if confront what each specific use case will they be agreeing with that? Probably not. 10 years ago, we didn't have a way to do any better, right? Like just recontacting patient was just impossible. Like it's just not a thing. But today we're able to build through technology, through something as simple as an app on your phone, a direct connection to an individual that creates data that can be used for research. So we should try to do that. We should really try to build our infrastructure around the patients to have them controlling their data as much as possible. So that's the the view where we're coming from. Of course, is a little bit futuristic and utopic, but it will solve a lot of problems at once if we're able to implement it.
Yeah, good points. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. Lastly, I'll turn it over to Lauren. Lauren, go right ahead.
Thank you. I know we're going to be talking about, how we use this next round of legislative and policy developments to address some of the challenges that we've discussed today. And so I wanted to offer some thoughts on that. And one of the things I wanted to start with is really, focusing on the value of the data that have been generated, and then how we might bring transparencies to some of the limitations we've identified, right? Like Jeff said, okay, this really isn't new, and we're, comfortable with the EHRs and registries and claims databases, but, what is new is our ability now to combine, these sources, the heterogeneous models we've talked about, the multimodal inputs, where we're taking structured clinical data, from many sources, and, also incorporating patient-reported outcomes from an app, including genomic data, and, combining that. And there's, tremendous value there. And are we asking ourselves, we definitely are asking ourselves, okay, how can we make sure it meets the standards and relevance and reliability, but are we also asking ourselves, well, what happens if we don't look at it? Can we think about ways to be inclusive? Like I love the example Elise gives about, there may be differences across healthcare systems, because of line of therapy based on formularies. Okay, so we may know that, but can we work with that to still use, the data in a way that reflects the value? Because are we losing a subpopulation like we talked about earlier? If we're sort of setting standards that don't also say, okay, we might want to look at this with the limitations, because we know it's something we could not otherwise get through our traditional sources or through a single source. And we really only get this by, combining modalities and looking across, and looking at things in new and different ways. And so, I wanted to start with thinking about, the value and focusing on efforts to incorporate it, but, saying, well, what can we do if we, are encountering some of these challenges? How do we coalesce around common understandings of, curation and audit and definition that will give us confidence in what's happened and build transparency around the tools we're using, to show what we're learning from the data. And to think about it in a really inclusive way, because we have such vast amounts captured in the system in many different ways. And then the last thing I wanted to talk a little bit about is, what more can we do to support the users of this information? I think we've talked about the challenges of the providers and data entry and the time limitations, right? But how do we get the providers and, the reviewers who may be seeing this in an application, not thinking about it just in terms of a single application, of a single regulatory judgment, but like the look and feel of the day-to-day and seeing what's out there and just being comfortable with it as, a source of information, rather in the context of like a decision every time. And I know we're going to talk about the pilots, but that's a great way, to think about them, that it's really a way of just like seeing this as, an everyday source of information and thinking about healthcare and medical products and benefit risks. Just generally, this can always be informing your thinking and not always the focus of a regulatory decision. And again, if it is, were there limitations? You see this in some of the AdCom discussions we've had, that we can talk about publicly in terms of the limitations, but still look at it to inform our judgments. So with that, I'll turn it over for questions.
Wonderful. Thank you all very much. I'm really excited to now tee off the group discussion based on everything that everyone has said for this particular panel so far. So you brought up really excellent points, about obviously patient or person generated health data, ways in which we can sort of reach the patient or person where they are and figure out ways to better integrate that into our real world data infrastructure. So I'll kick it off. I'll kick off this discussion with my first question, which is, in your opinions and based on your practice experiences, what are the biggest impediments and challenges to scaling real world data infrastructure that would incorporate person level or person generated health data or genomic data, given that a lot of our EHR systems are not well set up to capture and process that data, I guess, in a way that we envision as clinically or non-clinically meaningful. So what are some impediments and challenges to addressing that based on your opinions and experiences?
We're going to do a hand raise.
Yeah, go right ahead, Luca. I see your hands raised first.
Obviously, lots of thoughts and opinion here since we're fighting with this every day. I think to go back to what Jeff was saying around the incentives and also Elise, is Elise or Elias?
Elise.
Okay. It's really a matter of incentive if you want to get them into the clinical workflow, right? Like there might be researchers somewhere in the world that would really love to have the data later on, but in order to get them in the workflow, you need to have doctors to actually find it valuable. And right now, doctors are, as we all know, overburdened with what they have already, and the value that might come from a different data source that might have questions around its validity, and might have questions about the short-term versus long-term benefits. It's burdensome. Nobody wants to invest in it. Like very simply, like people will ask you if you try to pitch, hey, can I get PGHD in your EHR? The CIO of the health system will ask you, okay, what was the ROI of that choice? And nobody can answer that question right now. There hasn't been studies that can really prove what the long-term ROI can be. In the short term, yes, you might be able to catch an atrial fibrillation earlier and do cardioversion earlier than if you would have done, but it's still really anecdotal evidence. So we need people to make a leap of faith that this systems are going to pay off in the longer term, but the longer term is going to be years and decades, and an ROI is not immediately pursuable or demonstrable. I think the second quick point I want to make is also like very practically so. There's not a place where to write this data. Like if you look at common data model that is as a part of an EHR, there is like you really have to shoehorn a time series coming from, let's say, a Fitbit into the data dictionary that they have on their site. Sometimes there's not a place literally to write that in the database. So it's not only a decision of money and ROI, it's also a decision of okay, like how much of my system do I need to change to just have a place where to write this thing. So that needs to change as well, of course.
Yeah, great points. Jeff, I see your hand. Go right ahead.
Okay, so it's funny because these conversations generate some interesting thoughts. I don't know, I'm framing this, now that I'm in an organization where we've got a global data network, we're working with, hundreds of hospitals, actually. It's actually more than 1,000 hospitals around the world. The way we think about it is there's data that's been collected and just hasn't been accessed yet, just because it's a little bit harder information in the surgical suite. It's there, but it doesn't really flow through into at least what we see as typical kind of standard. I think about multi-site work. So there's data that just requires a little more digging and a little more effort to make available, because you can't do everything, right? So that's part of one part of the set data. There's data that is just kind of stuck in notes and stuck in weird places and in PDFs, and that's hard to get at. And then there's stuff that's just not collected. And so there's these three buckets. There's a lot to be gained on that first space where the data is actually there. It just it takes a lot of work to get it out. Genomics is one of them. Lots of sites have the data, but they use it internally, but to use it for research raises a lot of questions, and it's hard to standardize, and it's not quite sure what to do with it. And I would just say it's hand-to-hand combat to get at it, and you got to go one by one, site by site to do it. But it's there. These are kind of different buckets of finding these new data resources.
Yeah, at least go right ahead if you want to build on that or have any other comments.
Yeah, so I guess I would also say we need research. So like Lucas said, we don't really know how this PGHD is going to impact patient care, and if so who is going to fund that research? And I mean, I know that there's like a handful of studies that show that collecting PROs improve patient care, but so there's a thought. I think that people have a feeling that if you collect PROs, it will improve patient care, but we really need to do the studies that show that that's the case. And then there needs to be, then insurance companies and quality measures need to incorporate those things as required elements, or maybe not even required, but that I think once people see that these elements improve patient care, that everything else will flow from that.
Yeah. Awesome. So it looks like we've got some questions here in the chat. Actually, here's a good question. Thinking about technology-enabled dynamic consent with active patient participation and data sharing, we saw evidence during the pandemic in the US at least, highlighting the vast inequities of technology access from at the device level or the general internet or Wi-Fi levels, thinking about the digital divide amongst a wide range of individuals, students included. So thinking about those types of challenges as they impact individuals affected by the digital divide, and as we talk more about data infrastructure needs, what are your thoughts and considerations there in terms of really, again, understanding that the data infrastructure is limited or can only go as far as the digital divide will allow us. What are your thoughts and considerations there as we move forward?
So I think, one of the things we can do to sort of, make things more efficient generally in data integration is to use things, to make in data collections, to use things like integrations where, if you're working in a healthcare system, you're getting updates through the data that are being collected more seamlessly. So you're not only capturing, the patient journey in real time, but you are decreasing some of the burden on collecting a set of data every time and living in it in the real world. Getting to your infrastructure point. On your, consent and divide question, I think that, we have a HIPAA framework that allows for, research with de-identified data. I think where things get more challenging, and I'd love to hear from the other panelists, is when you're more in the consumer space or outside of that, but it's like healthcare, but, happening with consumers. Outside of the, traditional provider covered entity sense, and where people are not maybe understanding as much or not as familiar with the framework that has been set up. So, I'd love to hear some further thoughts on that, but that's where I think like some of the challenges about, perception of what happens to data arise more than in the more traditional HIPAA framework.
I would add that I wouldn't let the better be the enemy of the good. We have to think that this population that don't have internet access most likely are already not included in research. They're not close. They're not driving distance to an academic center. They are already most likely not included in the study, the standard study that we do. So I actually would say that probably we are even making a positive margin in terms of inclusivity in a population that historically have been excluded by reducing that exclusion. And I think we just have to keep top of mind that that exclusion is always going to exist, and we have to actively fight it, right? So it's really easy to fight lack of internet access. You can subsidize it, right? Like in studies that are, there's like, for example, there's a big discrepancy in adoption and retention of underrepresented population in digital health study, depending on whether they are BYD, bring your own device design. So people need to have already bought a device themselves versus the device is actually offered. And I mean, that's a pretty obvious thing, right? Like if you're asking folks to have already a Fitbit, they must have, you know, at least a disposable income to buy one, versus if you offer them as part of the study, that you're removing that barrier. So I think there are ways to, you know, actively address that divide and reduce it. And again, I think we have to think about the divide that we're creating in relationship to the one that already exists, and ask ourselves if we're doing better or worse there.
And as a person with gray hair, I would just add something else, which is, you know, what about elderly people? So like young people are very really good at using devices. And, you know, a lot of the healthcare burden is elderly people who, even if they are connected, they're not necessarily, you know, able to do more advanced functions. So, you know, again, it just all comes back to evidence. It's like, how do we create the infrastructure and get the funding to really test all these things in the population we really want to look at, and you know, make sure that these things are actually improving health outcomes.
Yeah. Now,
you know,
oh, go right ahead.
Can I just make a quick follow up on that? So
sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, elderly population is a fantastic point. More than 30% of people 65 or older live alone in the United States, so they're like really vulnerable, and at the same time will benefit from, you know, this kind of connection that we're talking about, but might not be able to engage directly with them. I think that one solution that sometimes is overlooked is that you can actually guide these people remotely. In setting up their, you know, portal account, setting up their phone. I personally do this a lot with my parents being expats, and like they live, you know, 9 time zones away from me, and I'm their like tech guy, and I've really enabled them, you know, being able to talk to me every day on Zoom, which they will never be, you know, able to do by themselves. So there are people that are starting looking at these models, like how can I do some remote guidance to enable folks that want to be enabled to be connected, and I think that's a model that's sustainable, like that doesn't cost that much and has a lot of benefit for what it costs.
Yeah, great points. You know, I want to take a moment to draw on some things that we learned in the previous or prior sessions today around individual or patient level privacy. I mean, you all here, you know, obviously are familiar with handling a patient level information, whether that is from a HIPAA covered or compliant system, or something that falls outside of HIPAA protection. So I want to talk a little bit about privacy. So what privacy considerations can we build into the data infrastructure now? And how can we leverage both that technology as well as current policy initiatives to put privacy at the forefront of the clinical research and clinical care ideas that we've discussed today? Who would like to go first? Jeff?
Same order as before? No, Jeff, go, please.
Well, I'm taking a deep breath because I didn't know where to go with the question, really. So it's so tough because there's always going to be a balance. And I think it's actually incredibly important not to break the connection between the data and the patient and the health system, right? So there's perfectly good use cases where there's like essentially fully anonymized data sources where you can never figure out where the data came from. But I think in a regulatory framework, FDA and others are actually going to need to know the data actually came from Johns Hopkins and Penn and Aetna, and need to know those things. So when you do that, there's just implicit risk. There's some risks there, and then if you really want to use the richest of the data, there's additional risks, right? I need to know 5-digit zip code. Well, everyone gets upset about 5-digit zip code. I need to know their actual date of birth versus a year of birth. Well, everyone gets upset about that. And there's all these, it's kind of this kind of constant balancing act. Maybe I'll just, because we go through this all the time now because we have a de-identified data set, and we actually will change the variables in the data set depending on the question. And if you need a 5-digit zip, that's okay, but I'm going to have to take away something else from that data set in order to make it shareable broadly. And you can do those things. But again, I'm struggling because there's not a great, there's always going to be some risk. And I think it's more about who's using the data and for what purpose, right? People are willing to take risks with their data. And it's really, I don't see it as so risky, which is why I'm struggling. But people willing to take risks for the data to improve health. Would you take that risk to improve the health of all patients with dementia? Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. Or cancer patients will want to take that risk. So I'd want to make sure that it's a balanced conversation versus a binary.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think, being, honest and transparent about how valuable it can be for, aggregated de-identified data sets to inform therapy development and to inform, clinical decision-making as patients get a greater understanding of the, the value of the participation in the system, in a de-identified way. And I take your point that, yes, there's a need for some understanding of the provenance of the data, to better understand it. But, to get patients more comfortable with, how we've identified, through structured clinical and genomic data that you may respond to a therapy, for example, because we've had these data sets and these experiences, you get a better sense of, the patient's role in the system. And hopefully that would help.
Yeah.
I just want to refer people to at Health Data Palooza this year, there were some great sessions of researchers studying privacy. And, so again, I hate to sound like a broken record, but we really need to look at the research. So there are some researchers who are looking at, like what people have to say about privacy and, and that there needs to be really meaningful informed consent and opt out. But also, these sessions at Health Data Palooza brought up these issues of, like consumer devices, like that there's all these health apps that people have on their phone now. And one person brought up that Facebook actually patented an algorithm for diagnosing depression among Facebook users. And, so there's just huge privacy issues throughout the whole ecosystem that need to be worked out.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just say, and in the US, we're living in a much different environment of much kind of easier data sharing environment than in the EMEA, right? For example, it's a very different world when you go to Germany and Italy and France and Spain to do this kind of work. Very different.
Yeah. Certainly.
I keep harping back to the fact that I think we really should reset our expectations on what good data rights should look like. Data rights is a superset of privacy. Privacy is one data right, but you might be, main concern might not be, privacy in the sense of like I'm leaking information that might be private and someone else knows about it. It really could be, hey, I don't want this data to be used for this use case, but I want it to be used for this other use case. And since the data, I generated it, I will want to decide. Data right could also be like, I want to partake in the benefits. I want to be able to monetize it. Like data rights could be much more than privacy. And I think we have to widen the conversation from privacy to data right. It becomes a lot easier to talk about data right when you are where your data is not divorced from yourself. Like your data is person centric, is on your phone. I say it like figuratively speaking, like you have more direct control of it. And I think technology has used that to a completely wrong model. Like now we have the default expectation that whatever we funnel into the internet is being used somehow behind our back to, detect our own depression. And that's freaking scary. But imagine if instead you were asked, when you have your data on your own device, that's yours, right? That you have control on, not yours because you cannot own data because it's duplicable. That's a legal issue. So let's not talk about that, but you control it. And you're asked, hey, would you want me to look at your data for the sole purpose of seeing if you're at risk of depression and just that, and that's a service that you pay for? Some people might want to do it, right? Like the point is that when it's done behind the back and you don't know it, and you ask yourself, well, what else could be done that I'm not aware of? And so if you flip that paradigm, the same use case, detecting depression based on your own data, might actually become something that people could even pay for. Right. So I think we need to think about, the paradigm that we've been used to is the wrong one. And we have the chance to reset this, at least for health data moving forward. Like health data is still green. As you said, like consumer data is still like unregulated, like less regulated the right way. Yes, it cannot be de-identified, right? 5 days of your Fitbit data identify a person on a data set of 100 million people with 99% accuracy. Okay, this is basic math, right? Because it's high dimension, it's a time series, and so it's really easy to go back, match it back to that sequence somewhere in the database. So there's just like the way we use it, thinking about zip code 3 versus 5 digits, that's not going to cut it anymore. We need to rethink all of this, and we have the chance to do so because we are at the beginning, at the dawn of a new era.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to go ahead and close out this discussion with a comment from someone in the audience that brought up something relevant to this discussion. There's a lot of evidence of consent bias whereby consenters and non-consenters differ in a systematic manner. I think to your point, Luca. Therefore, asking for consent or allowing opt-out can result in data biases. That is why allowing secondary uses and disclosures using other approaches like privacy enhancing technologies is important for everything that we've discussed today. So I think that's a good comment from someone in our audience to wrap up this discussion. I want to thank you all for contributing your thoughts. Lots of excellent things to think about with respect to real world data and evidence. Where do we go from here from both a practice and policy standpoint? So with that being said, thank you again. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mark. Mark, welcome back.
Hey, thanks very much, Rachel, and thanks to the panel. Where do we go from here from a policy and implementation and collaboration standpoint? Well, we've had some great discussions so far, some clear opportunities, but also challenges in moving down this path for further extensions and enhancements of the regulatory use of real-world evidence. So this evidence is clearly making a difference and expanding in use and more opportunities for gathering more data from routine care, especially as we confront some of the issues and develop some of the solutions that have been talked about so far today. So there are clearly along with all of that, clearly some opportunities to facilitate and streamline the learning process here through further collaborations. These collaborations can help collect valuable implementation experiences and help others learn from it. They can enable improved understanding of the kinds of issues that we've talked about today in real world settings, real world use of real world evidence techniques, and supporting these kinds of dialogues and exchanges is a very important part of further progress from here as we work on better ways for data capture, data curation, data analysis. And that's what we're going to focus on in this last session today. You heard Jacqueline Corrigan-Correa talk early particularly in the day today about something that I think many other stakeholders in this space would like to see, which is more opportunities to have shared experiences or shared learnings from use cases, from actually getting to the implementation of a range of additional opportunities for real world evidence development in a way that can de-risk this, can create more certainty and help us move forward on solving some of the challenges that we've talked about today. So in this session, we're going to address these kinds of themes by considering how pilot projects and strategic use cases could inform the continued development of real-world evidence use. And I'm going to start by introducing our panelists for this session. So if you all don't mind turning on your videos, Stephanie Reisinger is Senior Vice President and General Manager of Real World Evidence at Flatiron Health. Shirley Wang is Associate Professor at Brigham and Women's Hospitals, co-lead of the first and second joint task forces at ISPE and ISPOR on these topics, and contributor to some of those studies that we discussed earlier in the meeting. And Laura Rowe is Clinical Studies Platform Strategy and Operations Director at Verily. And then last but not least, Solomon Yasu is Vice President and Global Head of Epidemiology at Merck. We're going to start off with opening comments from our panelists, and then just as we've been doing, if you all who are with us this afternoon have some further questions about these use cases, potential applications, or ideas to contribute as well, please do put them in the Q&A. We're going to have a bit of time for discussion there too. So let me start by turning to Stephanie Reisinger.
Great, thanks, Mark. Just confirming you can hear?
Just fine.
Awesome. So hey, everyone. So as Mark said, I head up the real world evidence business for Flatiron Health. And what I was asked to talk about today was Flatiron's experience participating in real world evidence pilots. So it might be helpful for me to provide some context first. For those of you that aren't familiar with Flatiron, you can actually think of us as a two-sided health tech business. So on one side, we have an electronic health record for oncology, and our primary clients on that side are community oncology physicians. And then on the other side of the business, which is the side that I lead, we're a provider of real-world oncology data and evidence. And we do that by curating data that mainly comes from our own EHR platforms. So this actually puts us in a unique position as a data provider, because we're able to curate patient data that comes right from our own systems at a relatively large scale. And I want to share one more thing about Flatiron, because I think it's very relevant to the discussion basically all day today. And since the beginning, the company was founded in 2010. The company's primary focus within the real world data business has been to curate the highest quality real world data possible, so regulatory grade data. And so in addition to the structured data from our EHRs, we also have a really rigorous process for extracting and curating the unstructured data, the stuff Jeff talked about earlier, that's much harder to get at. And our focus has always been to provide fit for purpose real world data and evidence, but ultimately to support regulatory decision-making and to advance research. And so because of this focus, our focus on regulatory grade data, participating in these pilots, these RWE pilots, has really been a core part of our business model from the very beginning. And we've done a lot of it. So over the past 10 years, we've collaborated with many organizations, including health authorities, Friends of Cancer Research, Duke-Margolis, and actually we're a founding member of the RWE Alliance. And a question folks might have for Flatiron is, why are pilots a core part of our business strategy? And so besides learning new things, which is obvious, we primarily engage in pilots for two reasons. The first is we know we're only a piece of the puzzle. So the first is to build trust among stakeholders that we need to work with as we work together to learn something new. And then the second is really to help provide transparency and the confidence for some of the difficult aspects of the data curation process. And we've heard this all day today. This is really important for the industry. And we really need to make this process more transparent. And so through the pilots we've participated in, we've actually learned a lot. So for example, 10 years ago when Flatiron was founded, there was a sense both in our company and I think even within the industry that real world data could someday replace randomized controlled trials, which was really why our focus was on regulatory grade data. And I think we all understand that isn't the reality today, but through these pilots, we not only learned that, but we learned a lot more. While it isn't a replacement for trials today, we've learned that it can fill critical evidence gaps that can't be addressed in trials, or at least not today. So let me be a little bit more specific. Some of the research areas that we've worked on include topics like developing and validating real-world endpoints, how real-world evidence can be used in evidence packages to inform labeling changes, and then most recently, the use of real-world data to better understand health equity, racial disparities, and also the impact of COVID. So I would say these pilots have been extremely valuable learning tools, not only for us and the pilot participants, but I would say for all industry stakeholders, even those that didn't participate in the programs. And another really important benefit is they also help to provide transparency and to build trust among the various stakeholders with the health authorities. So I'd like to end my comments today by talking about the future. So obviously you've heard this, but at Flatiron, we absolutely support and encourage the continued use of pilots. We think they're really valuable, and especially the ones that seek to bring multiple stakeholders around the table to improve our understanding of how and when we can use real-world evidence effectively. But in addition to these pilots, we also look forward to more opportunities for real-world data and analytics organizations like Flatiron to work more directly with the regulators. And the reason I say this, I think it's important for us to obtain feedback on topics like data curation and data management and other technical topics that are really broad reaching. They impact everything we do, but they're not specific to a single drug development program. And they're not necessarily specific to a particular research methodology. And I think Nicole also talked about this in an earlier panel, and I agree that this would be very valuable from a data curator perspective. And so finally, the continued use of pilots will enable us all as an industry to build trust among stakeholders and the health authorities, to improve transparency from our perspective in the data curation process, as we work to understand and improve how we use real world data. So with that, I thank you for the opportunity to present today. And Mark, I'll turn it back to you.
Great. Thanks so much, Stephanie. I want to come back to some of these issues about where we go from here. Next right now is Shirley.
Thanks. So this panel is focused on learnings from pilot project, and I've been involved in a few of them. But one of my takeaways is how important it is to have clear communication. And specifically, I'm talking about communication of the relevant methodologic details in a way that's unambiguous for both the person providing the information and the person receiving the information. Because database studies can be complicated, and it's really easy to have misunderstandings about how the study is designed, or to be unclear about what the causal question is that's being targeted by the methods that are being applied. And we saw this issue of lack of transparency in methods with the REPEAT initiative, which was a project that was focused on reproducing 150 descriptive and comparative safety or effectiveness studies that were conducted using healthcare research databases. So our team used the same data sources, and we tried to apply the same methods as the original investigators. What we found depends on your perspective. Like, I see it as glass half full. For the majority of studies, we were able to reproduce cohort characteristics and effect sizes quite closely, but there was a substantial minority of studies, and we're talking 30–40%, where we weren't able to closely reproduce the results. And this was in large part related to ambiguity about the methods and design from the published papers. But this project helped to provide insights about the degree of methodologic detail that you'd have to communicate in order for someone else, an independent investigator, to understand what you did well enough to reproduce the results. And this level of transparency and communication would also greatly facilitate the ability of reviewers to make assessments about the validity of the methods and also how relevant they are to the target question. The issue of the target question is something that we encountered with the RCT duplicate initiative, where we aim to emulate 30 published trials and also predict the results of 7 ongoing trials using database studies. And what we observed there was that when the trial design was more pragmatic, this is not surprising, we're able to emulate the trial design more closely, and we obtained very similar results in our database studies. But when there are challenges to emulating elements of trial design, for example, the use of run-in windows that selectively include responders to treatment, or application of extensive procedures to maximize adherence over prolonged follow-up, then because the database study isn't able to emulate these design features of the trial, then the hypothetical trial that you're actually targeting with the database study diverges from the trial that was actually conducted. And in these settings, differences between the design of the database study and the trial design can lead to differences in the target question, or to use statistical language, the causal estimand. And when this happens, different results from a trial and a database can be expected and valid. But of course, one of the strengths of real-world evidence, as Stephanie said, is the ability to complement the evidence provided by trials by addressing a relevant, related causal question. So the discussion of transparency and the need for more clear communication brings me to HARPER. It's a harmonized protocol template. As you may be aware, the International Council on Harmonization has a short-term strategic priority that's focused on harmonizing the technical and scientific requirements for pharmacoepi studies that are submitted for regulatory consideration. So in response to that, a joint task force between ISPE and ISPOR was formed specifically to develop a harmonized protocol template for comparative database analyses. And after reviewing numerous guidances, we recognized that while there was a lot of activity in this area from groups around the world, there were no major discrepancies in the overarching principles. But there was variation in the level of detail and the structure or content requested by protocol templates produced by international multi-stakeholder groups. So we harmonized across 4 identified relevant protocol templates or guidances, including the EMA PASS template, the ISPE and SCC protocol guidance, and the START RWE protocol template. As part of our process through this joint task force, we pilot tested it with a few use cases that applied different designs and data sources to try and test the versatility of the template. HARPER right now is going through the endorsement process at ISPE and ISPOR before it's published, but you can access a preprint online. And to summarize, currently ambiguity in the communication of key study parameters can make it difficult for reviewers to assess the potential for bias in database studies, and this can limit their utility in healthcare decision-making. What HARPER does is try to build on existing efforts to improve transparency and incorporate recent insights about the level of detail that's needed to enable database study reproducibility. It tries to create a shared understanding of what the intended scientific decisions are through a common text, tabular, and visual structure, so that the multidisciplinary teams and then reviewers of their work would know what to look for and where to find it. The template could be used throughout the research process, starting with developing the initial study design, through registration, implementation, and then reporting. And I think that's about all I can cram into 5 minutes.
Well, it was a very efficient and informative 5 minutes. Thank you very much. And next, I'd like to turn to Laura Rowe from Verily.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Laura.
Okay, I switched to my phone. I was having a little connection lag, so hopefully I'll be okay. But
Great.
First, I'd like to say thank you for inviting me to join the panel and the conference today. This has been a really phenomenal series of discussions and presentations around policies and advancing real-world data and evidence, and it's great to be here with you all today. So I'm excited to be here from Verily, but I came to Verily recently by way of FDA. And so I wanted to take a moment to actually first, since this panel is focused on actual use cases, to talk a little bit about the work that we did at FDA early on in the pandemic. And one of the things that I think is a model for moving the space forward and continues to come up as we consider other areas going forward. And that specifically is the evidence accelerator that was stood up in partnership with the FDA, with the Reagan-Udall Foundation and Friends of Cancer Research. So I suspect that many of the attendees here today are familiar with this, and I won't go into tremendous detail, but suffice to say that this was really an interesting and novel approach, and I think is really important to consider the value of public-private partnerships, of bringing diverse stakeholders together in this conversation. I think something we've heard today, and I think comes up frequently, is representation from specifically health tech and the data holders or aggregators in this conversation, along with the, of course, government, academics, the research. I think Jeff Brown in the previous panel adequately articulated the number and variety of different groups, and it gets complicated. We all know that, but I think when you bring the different groups together, you really can focus on what needs to happen, where you can solve, and focus on the pieces of the data quality, the trust and transparency. I think it's critical to have the intended use in mind and the use cases. That is critical, and certainly COVID had many and still continues to do so. I think that is one model that continues to this day, and I think has been brought up in the context specifically around Alzheimer's. And in fact, there's a RFI out right now from Us Against Alzheimer's, and very much models what was done early on in the pandemic, and really applying those methods and the concepts to considering this evidence generation of the future. So that brings me to kind of taking this technology and software approach to, bringing people together, to really facilitating high quality evidence generation, this continuous learning. We heard a lot about kind of the model of the learning health system, which I think is critical, but again, there are many perspectives, there are many actors in this process, and it's going to take a lot of approaches and different individuals to make it happen. I think it would be great to point out that this week, their colleagues at Verily published in the New England Journal of Medicine Catalyst on our work in really enabling high quality longitudinal data in a partnership with Rite Aid and HHS, where the platform that we've enabled or created here enabled multiple uses of data in privacy-sparing ways, and bringing in the pieces that have been described and the importance of those, but also created a community of interested participants who could be contacted to participate in studies and be part of the research process, and were able to contact them to be involved in a number of vaccine studies, other testing approaches. And so I think in our mind, one of the key pieces in the process of real world data and evidence is the participant, and ensuring that the participant becomes really the center of the evidence generation process, and in that we really consider consent, transparency, a new model of engagement, and really advancing the data that can be generated from an individual, and the many possibilities of new approaches to different types of evidence generation by really involving them in the process. So I'll stop there and look forward to further conversation.
Great, thanks very much, Laura. And next I'd like to turn to Solomon.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep, just fine.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for the invitation, and I appreciate all the comments that have been made by the others of this panel. I just like to frame my comments on a specific use paradigm. I know that we have talked about the potential use of real-world evidence for different decision makers, and my remarks are really related only to the context of a regulatory decision making, although there are many uses for real-world evidence, both internally in clinical trial planning that is so critical, and also in the reimbursement and payer community to establish the value of new innovations. So having said that, there's been a lot of experience, from our vantage point in industry where we've used real-world evidence, real-world data to provide additional certainty or even find new safety concerns. So the safety, for safety use, real-world evidence has been an established process, and that has been augmented also by refinements and new methodologies that have been established also under the Sentinel program. And so that is advancing in a nice way. But I think, the most important thing here is really what we're tackling with, and I think Shirley and others mentioned in the when they were talking about the RCT duplicate and what we learned from there. There are two scenarios where we're thinking about, we're talking about achieving some kind of causal influence about treatment effect. And when you talk about that and the use of real-world evidence, I think many of the participants have said that is really to augment clinical trials so that we can expand our knowledge about the safety and effectiveness of the products, but also to fill in some of the gaps that in evidence that were not really addressed during the clinical trial program, which is true because the trials are designed to have specific patient target population, specific inclusion exclusion criteria. They're short and they don't address the long-term outcomes, which have to be addressed in a different way. And also has certain monitoring criteria for collecting the outcomes and ascertaining the outcomes that typically you wouldn't find in a real-world setting. Therefore, so when I frame the question of how could real-world evidence be used to advance or extend the causal inference of a prior that has been obtained by an RCT, I think that's where we are. I think we haven't really advanced that much in terms of establishing a causal inference about treatment effect for a new drug, a new molecular entity, and that's sort of really a tall ask. So we're essentially talking about expanding our knowledge about safety and effectiveness beyond sort of the trial parameters. So when I think about that, there are many opportunities that, some of them have been examples from the FDA and other regulatory agencies where such data have been used to really advance additional decision making about labeling for new indications, but within sort of the disease parameters for which the original drug or the original vaccine was approved. For example, you can think about extending the age parameters, for example. Could we do this in a pediatric setting once you have an approval with an established causal inference established in RCT? If that is possible, so it could actually inform the efficiency of achieving an approval that is well grounded based on effectiveness and efficacy parameters that would be established by a pediatric experience evaluation about whether the drug is safe and effective. But that is really sitting on top of an established adult population. The second use case that is really teaching us quite a bit is about EUAs, emergency use authorization scenarios, where could real-world evidence augment or actually stimulate or maybe even efficiently address the issue of converting an EUA into a regular approval? Now, there are two challenges here. Well, one is if the drug scenario where it's an existing drug that has been in use, where the safety profile is well characterized, not necessarily in the new pandemic setting, but at least there's a sizable safety database. There isn't really, there's a great opportunity now then to see, well, once an EUA has been approved, what kind of additional safety information do we need to collect in a real world setting, whether it's in a randomized or practical trial setting, or just purely real world evidence from claims or from EHR, or sometimes even just post-marketing data if the question is really about safety. So for that kind of situation, I think it is an area that could be a useful area to investigate further. An existing repurposed drug converting into a regular approval. For a new molecular entity that is for a new disease, that's sort of a steeper climb, because you don't have sort of that prior safety experience. And so you do need to establish not just safety, but also the effectiveness in the setting. So the road might be a little higher to convert it into a regular approval. The last thing I would say is that there are also opportunities where real-world evidence can be used in rare situations, rare conditions, where there is a sort of an opportunity to sort of augment evidence base for effectiveness and safety in a setting like a post-approval evidence study, where a good example has been mentioned before is the coverage with evidence development paradigm, where regulators could actually partner with groups like CMS and other groups, where you're really developing also concomitant evidence to augment and add certainty to the original approval. So that's another scenario where that could happen. But I am not, I don't see a lot of opportunity in terms of a completely new drug, because you don't have that usage background to be able to really use real-world evidence for that. Having said that, these are sort of scenarios and frameworks, but I think once it's sort of it's very important to have what is the clinical question, the gap that we're trying to address, and then having established that, then worry about the data, worry about the study design, the fitness of the data. All those critical components are really important. Those are things that have been commented on by others today, and in our disaggregated data system and fragmented system, I think in the US setting, there's a lot more work that needs to be done to improve the data quality, but data quality doesn't solve everything. It's really about the centrality of the question and the gap and what you're trying to address with what design. Thank you.
A little bit of a sound issue here. Thank you very much, Salmi. Covered a lot of issues. So we don't have too much time. You all have already provided lots of examples and a number of lessons learned from the pilot projects that have taken place so far. Let me ask this. How can we make the pilot process more efficient and impactful? You all had some suggestions on that already too. For example, more opportunities to work directly with regulators in particular applications. We talked about from Shirley, the use of a standard guidance template summary. What next steps would make it easier to do more and more impactful pilot studies more quickly?
Take a stab at it if you want. So I think one of the issues that we really haven't talked a lot about that would make it palatable sort of undertaking is this setting of expectations about the audit parameters for a real-world data study. For example, for clinical trials, we have, of course, clinical inspection. Inspections of sites, inspections of data. It's observable, it's verifiable. But what are sort of the, if we're going to have pilots, what can we pilot to make it agreeable sort of with what regulators are thinking would be the process for auditing data coming from real evidence. That's one area that needs to be ready. And then the engagement model with regulators is the second area, so that we're really talking about the same thing rather than we're talking about.
Thank you. Other suggestions?
I'll jump in.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think, well, kind of pie in the sky and not necessarily a surprise, I think collaboration is key. And, it really, there's no one, I think we've seen this, we know this, no one group, no one approach is going to solve or enable the ability to use real world data for evidence for, the myriad of regulatory purposes, but we have to continue to leverage these different views and different groups and tools like what Shirley has described. I go back to, I think it's the very first session with the, groups like Crohn's and Colitis Foundation, partnering with research-ready communities. And I think, I'll say it again, but I think, really thinking differently too about how we can kind of unlock, I'll say, data in the many places that data are collected and lived, but also where we don't yet collect the data or activate them. I think it's going to be really critical, and I would argue that again, the individual, the person being involved in that process will accelerate our ability to do this, because I think if there's an understanding and a mechanism to connect, it's going to really be much more activated if we can actually involve, I agree, it's not patients, but sometimes you are a patient, but a person, the individual whose data is being used in that process is going to be really critical to moving this forward. And having a reason or a purpose for that project, the use case, the end user in mind, will also really enable how we can continue to make progress.
Thanks, Laura. Shirley, Stephanie?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all of the comments, and just to take the, looking at it from a different lens or looking at it from a different angle, I'll use the example. I mean, I think the recent guidances put out by the FDA were awesome, but in general took the perspective of a researcher. And so coming from a data company, it would be really, we're not focused on one study, we're focused on a data curation process. So it would be really important to take a different perspective and how should we think as a data curator? So that would be my 2 cents there.
I guess I'm thinking about Sentinel when you talk about pilot projects and how if you want to shape the landscape of real world evidence, you don't just go, this is the way I'm going to do it, and all right, we're going to go. You start with a pilot and you say, this is where we're going to start. We think we're going to try this out. We're going to learn from this. We're going to do some more pilots here and there. And then you move into the big thing. And that's sort of what you can do here as well. Get the right people in the room and you try some stuff and see what works well and learn from it. And then you move on.
And just to build on that, I'm going to come back in about 5 minutes and ask you all, what is the next pilot you'd really like to see? So you're warned. But in the meantime, do we have enough incentives and support for this collaborative approach to not just doing the pilot with multiple stakeholders together, but being transparent, sharing the results, the information, et cetera? Are there competitive concerns here that need to be overcome? Is there enough support for the public good aspect of this, and what could increase those incentives?
Mark, that's actually a really good question. I mean, I think, one of the reasons that Flatiron has participated besides the public good is that the incentives of participating were aligned with our business mission. So I do think incentives are important. In that particular case, it was, but yeah, a lot of times pilots are big resource drain. You can spend a lot of time on it, and you're right that if you're working with your co-opetition with your competitors. But I think I'll just end by saying one thing. I think that in a way, COVID was a huge pilot. Right. And I've never seen more cooperation among competitors in trying to solve that problem. So if we could harness that, that would be really powerful.
Yeah, COVID is a special case, but I think some opportunities for regulators, other stakeholders to create maybe the same kind of momentum around other unmet needs. Yeah. Any other comments on this one to create more incentives, more support for not just the right pilots, but transparency around them?
Yeah, I would say perhaps, there's a lot of work that's going on in terms of data in collaborations with data holders. A lot of it has been really related to engagements post-regulatory, and that's an important area. And it's actually stimulated a lot of collaborations and partnerships, because the kind of data that you would need beyond clinical trials to demonstrate the value of a new innovation in a new setting, let's say in a different country, like where there's an HTA body that would look at the data evidence, that has incentivized a number of partners to work together. Even within the industry, and I think somebody mentioned earlier, there's a great interest in sort of real-world initiative. One was about what should be the quality metrics for meeting FDA or other requirements. The second area is what are sort of the useful pilots that can be used for as regulatory use cases, so whether it's safety or effectiveness measures. And then the third area is this big area of the pragmatic trial question. Where is that useful? In what setting? And we heard from Shirley, earlier, and I think from previous presentations about what we learned from the RC2 duplicate. Where as you move from the more exploratory to the pragmatic trial duplication area, you seem to get a lot more concordance when you're going to the pragmatic real-world setting. So what does that teach us about application of real-world evidence to inform various decisions, including decision-making within the regulatory setting?
Great. Well, thanks for those comments. We do have a little bit of time left. I know we're scheduled in at 4:45. I can wrap up much more quickly than that, though, still get us all out on time. So I did want to go back to my the question I warned you about. What's the most important next pilot project that you'd like to see, taking account of some of the things that we've talked about today? Stephanie, do you mind if I start with you?
Yeah, I will. And you might think that I'm going to talk about data, but I'm not. Because I thought that last session was fascinating. I thought Luca's comments about the privacy paradigm for non-HIPAA data was spot on. And it would be really interesting to see if we could do pilots that align privacy rules with incentives for that type of data? It seems like the Wild West right now.
Yeah, and that gets to, I think, maybe I could go to Laura next. You also talked about the importance of engaging people and trust with their data is a key part of that. You have some thoughts on pilots that could help address exactly that concern, help move more towards that person centricity approach?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is actually the area where we really need to put a lot of focus, and I think is identifying how to consider the many different aspects of privacy. It's not just, you know, kind of the typical HIPAA pieces, that there's a lot more here. And especially as we consider data from all the different types of sources. I think Jacqueline hit on this in her opening remarks. You know, it's data from health technologies, all of these pieces. We need to be thinking about that now and not waiting to, you know, something to happen that facilitates this. It needs to be designed prospectively. And I think that's a critical aspect of this, you know, really thinking about the longitudinality and the evidence generation possibilities. And so when you say what is the pilot in that, I think there are a lot of facets to it. It's not a simple answer, but I do think definitely identifying a condition, you know, where you start, and a community. I think there are tremendous opportunities in some of these research communities that are already engaged is a great place to start. And you can really bring in the different perspectives and talk openly and collaborate, and then start to design what this could look like. I think you again, with pilots, you have to start somewhere. You learn and you iterate, and then you figure out how you can move the pieces forward to scale. And I think that's going to be critical for this aspect.
I like that idea. Try to build out a longitudinal community that's built around perhaps a group of patients or a condition that can really bring together over time continued studies and continued insights. Let's see, Shirley.
Sure, I guess my next pilot project, it would be something probably close to my heart about HARPER, really.
Okay, so it's going to involve HARPER. I know that. Okay, fair enough.
Yes, it would probably be to try and, because there's all these groups out there, the decision-making bodies that are doing demonstration projects to try and learn more about real-world evidence and how to do it. And so it'd be great to have this be part of a demonstration project, sort of like the backbone, the communication about the question, the design, and the data, and have that be the medium forum for communication between the person who's doing the study and the person who's reviewing the study, and see how that works for them, and see how, if that could fit into the process in some way.
Yeah, it would be great if HARPER could become part of the incentive to adopting more standard methods and showing that could lead to more regulatory impact as a result. Solomon?
Yeah, I think, just to add to the excellent comments from the others, one area we haven't talked about perhaps is international harmonization. There are, many agencies, whether it's China, whether it's the EMA, who have actually also been thinking about real-world evidence. But what can we learn from their experiences? So, for example, we have multiple use cases that maybe are just US-centric. How would they perform in a different population, different sort of care system? And what do we learn from that process? That's one area, perhaps, we haven't talked about. The second area, perhaps, is, we all talked about the patient being central to all this. And is there an opportunity then to think about what matters to the patient? We talked about quality of life and other measures that are functional metrics, maybe, that could be incorporated into sort of real-world data paradigms. And that is still in its infancy. And what can we do to advance that if we're going to be serious about patient-centered drug development?
And that fits in with your earlier comments about, and many comments today about complementing what can be learned from randomized clinical trials, and these functional patient-reported outcomes seem like a very important area that both engages people and fills important evidence gaps that are often hard to get at by randomized trials alone. Okay, I'm going to try to squeeze in one question. We got a couple more that have come in just now before we wrap up, and maybe rephrase it a little bit in the context of advancing pilots. Kevin Fay's question was that despite all of, or maybe encouraged by all of that we've discussed today about the importance of data curation and understanding data provenance and all those issues, very often the data that you get, or the data that are out there, are the data. You get what you get. And obviously, this whole set of efforts for implementing pilots could be accelerated more if we were able to get more data up to regulatory grade or assurances about fit for purpose. Several of you have worked with a range of organizations and are actually helping get those data up to speed. So maybe it's a good question for Stephanie or Laura. What would engage more healthcare organizations, more patient groups, et cetera, in doing the participating in the hard work that's needed to get to appropriate data quality for a good pilot?
It's a great question. I mean, the incentives for a health system are, probably in some respects a little less than the incentives for someone like Flatiron, because data is our business. I think it does come back to the idea of incentives and engaging folks that really have a stake in the game. The other thing, Mark, I'll say is, the thing that's been really interesting to me throughout this journey is there are a ton of different real world evidence data sets out there, and each of them is curated a little differently for different purposes, and that's fine. I mean, when I came to Flatiron, I really realized, about this concept of regulatory grade. So one curation doesn't match another curation. So there's a whole lot of work to be done into really understanding, this idea of regulatory grade RWE.
Thanks, Laura. Anything you'd like to add on this final question?
Yeah, I'd love to say that in many ways we have shown it's possible. What I go back to COVID as our example. Look at vaccines, and the process of actually getting to vaccines. There are challenges with the data collection, without a doubt, as we know in the process of that. But a tremendous amount of work has been done to be able to link data, to bring those together, to continuously solve. I think this is where there are a few pieces. Well, there are many, of course, in this, but having the ability to iterate and add pieces along the way, and to continue to connect with other sources. I think the challenge of course, the silos continues to be, in fragmentation of healthcare. I don't think that's going away. So we need to continue to work on ways to bring pieces together. But I think the piece in COVID especially is we saw how participants, people, wanted to contribute to the evidence generation process. And as the example I shared before, which was, the ability to contact individuals after they, received certain vaccines and to join other studies. If we can continue to build on those types of opportunities, and this was brought up earlier, returning results, returning value. I mean, I think people are there. I'm going to go for most people are incentivized to contribute when they feel like what they're doing makes a difference, that even if it doesn't benefit them in the moment, that there is purpose and that they recognize the purpose for which they are contributing. I think those are really critical, and to continue to push that in all that we do and all these approaches, because I think we have to have the methods, we have to have all these parts come together. But if we can keep that in mind and, you know, really engage in the process, we'll continue to build the quality, the traceability, all the pieces that have been highlighted here. I think we have incredible people and technology and, you know, methods to make it happen. We just have to work together.
All right. Well, I can't think of a more positive or optimistic note to end on. Laura, Stephanie, Solomon, Shirley, thank you so much for a great discussion. We've had terrific participants from throughout our meeting today. Lots of common themes emerging across these different sessions. We were just talking about the right incentives, for example, and steps that can be taken, are being taken to align those across stakeholders to make these needed investments in data, in methods, in respecting privacy, and in making sure we're really answering questions that matter. Incentives, I know a lot of people think of that as being about financial incentives. Those are certainly important, but we've talked about other kinds of incentives that can help too. Transparency and clarity, that if you participate in these efforts more, as Jacqueline said at the beginning of the meeting, de-risking the process is a good reason to participate in the guidances, and other steps that we've discussed along the way can certainly help with that. Clarity about Solomon and others emphasized about how real world evidence fits into a totality of evidence approach that's relevant for regulatory purposes, but also relevant for people in making decisions about their own circumstances with their clinicians, and for payers and health systems involved in trying to redesign care. So lots of opportunities, I think, for convergence across the different themes that we've talked about today, and hopefully more examples coming, as this last session emphasized, showing that we can actually apply these lessons in more and more places that matter to people. COVID, as Laura talked about, perhaps Alzheimer's disease, other areas where there's serious unmet medical needs, and clinical trials need a boost. They need some complementary help. So I want to thank you all for giving us a great assessment of where things stand now, but especially for identifying not only the challenges, but some opportunities for further progress on real world evidence really being a major component, increasingly important component of that totality of the evidence for regulatory and other purposes going forward. So let me end by thanking everyone who joined us today. You had a number of good questions, comments that added a lot to the discussion. We hope that you'll keep in touch with the work going on at our Real World Evidence Collaborative, and keep informed. Make sure you're on our distribution list at Duke-Margolis related to real world evidence topics. And then finally, a special thanks to the Duke-Margolis team who put this all together. Rachel for moderating and helping to coordinate the overall effort. Trevin Locke, Adam Etten, Matt D'Ambrosio, and Luke DeRocher, and all of our, and also for helping to run things today, Val and Thomas. We really appreciate the effort that came together, and absolutely this kind of collaboration, multi-stakeholder, transparent, sharing both the challenges and how to solve them is a great path forward. And we look forward to continuing to work with you on further progress on real world evidence and better results for patients. Thank you all very much for joining today.
Thank you.